feel ready now. Sure. Okay, we're gonna start getting our seats. Okay. Good morning. This is the Thursday edition of our Tuesday County Commission meetings. It's Thursday, August 25th. Welcome to the Board of County Commissioners. If everyone would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to invite our newly appointed Deputy County Administrator, Kim Campbell. Yes. I already thought she was the Deputy County Administrator, but I guess this is official. Please lead us in the pledge, Ms. Campbell.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. Ladies and gentlemen, it's customary that we observe a moment of silence in honor of notable persons from our community who have recently passed. I'm going to start on this side with Commissioner Furr. Congratulations on your re-election, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. This summer, we lost a wonderful man, Stan Paneman, who was had his foot in a lot of different things. I knew him as helping veterans on all kind of levels, but he was also president of the Sierra Club. You usually don't see that combination, and that showed the expanse of his thoughts, his concerns, his passions. A wonderful man, and he will be missed.
Thank you. Senator Rich. Vice Mayor Fisher.
Mayor, I'm sure that just wanted to recognize and pray for those families of the Miami-Dade officer that Cesar Etche that was killed, and also the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Special Agent Jose Perez. Just keep their families in prayer.
Thank you. Senator Geller. Commissioner Bogan. Commissioner Alston.
Thank you, Mayor. I regret to announce the passing, as many of you know, of my friend, mentor, fraternity brother, Tyson Jones. I want to lift up his family. As many of you know, great public servant and pioneer in our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let us also honor the brave men and women who have served, who continue to serve in our armed forces, both here and abroad, all our public safety officers, people that keep us safe, and thank them for their service. And with that, we'll accept a moment of silence. Thank you. Please be seated. Welcome to the August 25th, 2022 Commission meeting. Thank you for joining us today. County Commission meetings are available to every one of you online and are also open to in-person attendance for those who wish to provide public comment on an agenda item. Those wishing to attend in person must sign up to speak on their items here in the Gov Center between 8:30 and 9:45 on the morning of the meeting. Members of the public are encouraged to wear facial coverings while indoor and to maintain social distancing. This is the final County Commission meeting at which members of the public may provide public comment via telephone. To do so, you must sign up on the county website, register to speak at .broward.org prior to the meeting. Please note that at the September 8th County Commission meeting, public comment will no longer be available and must be made in person. You'll hear from county administration on a new procedure to make it easier to sign up and make it easier for everybody, but we're going back to the normal way of conducting these meetings. Please be advised that item number 86 is time certain for 11, and item number 91 is time certain for 2 p.m. Today's music was brought to you by Vice Mayor Fisher. Put a Little Love in Your Heart by Jackie DeShannon. Very nice, very apropos. And Drift Away by Doobie Gray. And thank you for breakfast that was provided back in the chambers for staff and everyone. Much appreciated. We have one proclamation today, which is good because we have a very long meeting. And I'm going to ask Barbara Markley of the League of Women Voters Gun Safety Committee to meet me at the podium. see you.
Dr. Julie Long, not Barb Bartlett, but I work with her.
Barb couldn't be here?
Yeah.
Okay, Barb couldn't be here, so we have Dr. Julie Long, who works with Barbara. Whereas Broward County is firmly committed to raising awareness about suicide prevention, the month of September is nationally recognized as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Whereas more than 40,000 Americans die by suicide each year in Florida, a person dies by suicide every 2 hours on average. Suicides in Florida far outnumber homicides. Whereas the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Children's Hospital Association, and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry have declared a national emergency as it pertains to the mental health of children. Whereas suicide is the second leading cause of death for children, adolescents, and young adults between 10 and 24 years old. Whereas it is critical to recognize the signs of depression that may lead to thoughts of suicide, including speaking about wanting to die, feelings of isolation or hopelessness, increased use of drugs and alcohol, and severe mood swings. Whereas it is critical to recognize the best methods to prevent suicide when a person is in crisis, ask if the person is thinking of taking their life, keep them safe, and remove their access to lethal means such as poison, prescription drugs, and firearms. Get them professional help, and in Florida, dial 211 or call the National Suicide Prevention Line, 1-800-273-8255. Whereas the League of Women Voters of Broward County has provided significant leadership in suicide prevention through community education and creation of their Lock It Up gun safety program. Whereas the Florida chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics has provided significant leadership in suicide prevention through community education and programming. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of Broward County Commissioners that the board hereby designates September as Suicide Prevention Month and enthusiastically supports the mission of Lock It Up and the League of Women Voters Broward County Gun Safety Committee, as well as the Florida chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, by encouraging safe storage of firearms and removing other lethal means to prevent suicide. And I'm going to present this to you, deliver it to Barbara and the League of Women Voters, and we thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we'll do a quick picture.
On behalf of the League of Women Voters and the Florida chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, I would like to thank the Broward Commission for this action. I think that speaking about this issue can save a life. As a practicing pediatric surgeon in this community for 30 years, I've seen too often the effects of gun violence on children. So I'd like to thank you. If anyone would like bumper stickers, I will leave some. It's easier to child-proof your gun than bulletproof your child. And we do have gun locks that have been provided by the Veterans Administration to help prevent suicide. Thank you so much.
Mayor?
Commissioner Bogan.
Mayor, I just wanted to point out something about this. You know, I'm reading here since 2001, more than 114,000 veterans have died by suicide. Just incredible. And that has gone up, it says 86%, is just over 114,000, just incredible. And thank you for what you're doing, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner. At this point, we're going to the Wednesday morning memo. And I'm going to ask...
Mayor, before you do that, can I also interrupt you for a second? I'm sorry.
You just did, absolutely.
Sorry. Mayor, I wanted to just publicly congratulate Jared Moskowitz for his victory as a primary Congress, and look forward to having him serve as our next congressman.
Excellent. And Commissioner Furr also, as we mentioned, re-election. Yeah, right.
Wait, Commissioner who?
Okay. Wednesday morning memo.
Thursday agenda memorandum. The following are submitted for your consideration. Consent items are 1 through 72. Public hearing items are 73 through 78. Regular items are 79 through 95. I request the following withdrawals and Scrivener error corrections and inclusion of additional information. Withdrawals, deferral, substitutions. Item number 25, withdrawn for further staff review. Item number 87, this item is being deferred and is expected to be brought back at a future meeting date. Scrivener's errors, item number 37 currently reads Commission District 6, should read Commission District 7. Item number 83 currently reads A, motion to approve agreement between Broward County and Mead and Hunt, Inc. for a 3-year initial term amount of $375,000 and 2 one-year renewal terms in the amount of $250,000 for a not-to-exceed total agreement amount of $625,000. B, motion to approve agreement between Broward County and Merchant Aviation, LLC for a 3-year initial term amount of $375,000 and 2 one-year renewal terms in the total amount of $250,000 for a not-to-exceed total agreement amount of $625,000. Should read, A, motion to approve agreement between Broward County and Mead and Hunt, Inc. for a 3-year initial term and 2 one-year renewal terms for a not-to-exceed total agreement amount of $625,000. B, motion to approve agreement between Broward County and Merchant Aviation, LLC for a 3-year initial term and 2 one-year renewal terms for a not-to-exceed total agreement amount of $625,000. Additional information, item number 35, the board's consideration of this item is based on the revisions to the motion statement and agenda report and the revised First Amendment Exhibit 1 distributed as additional material by the Office of the County Attorney. Item number 46, the board's consideration of this item will be based upon Exhibit 1 as supplemented by the addendum distributed as additional material. Item number 49, signature pages for Exhibit 1, attachments 2 and 3 have been received. Item number 72, Mayor Michael Udine requests to be added as a co-sponsor. Item number 78, the board's consideration of this item is based on the ordinance as amended by the substitute page 4 that was distributed as the additional material. Item number 83, A and B, the board's consideration of item 83, A and B is based on the amended motion statement. Item number 83A, executed signature pages for the agreement have been received. Mayor requests without objection items 81, 82, 84, 85, 88, and 92 be moved to consent. Please note time certain items. Item number 86, time certain at 11 a.m. Item number 91, time certain at 2 p.m. Additional material, regular meeting. Items number 1B through 1E, board appointments. Item number 35, revisions to motion statement and agenda report and revised First Amendment Exhibit 1 submitted by Office of the County Attorney. Item number 46, memo to the board submitted by Finance and Administrative Services Department. Item number 79, petition and transcript submitted by Greg Jacobs, delegation request. Item number 86, Broward County site options presentation submitted by County Administration. Item number 91, memo to the board submitted by Office of the County Auditor. Additional material, public hearing. Item number 73, Scrivener's errors submitted as additional material by Resilient Environment Department. Item number 78, proposed amendment to section 16137 submitted by Office of the County Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Reading Clerk. I will now ask the commission if there are any polls. I'll start with Commissioner Moskowitz. No polls. Commissioner. Senator Rich.
81 for an abstention.
81 for an abstention. Vice Mayor Fisher.
I don't have any polls, but somebody in the audience just said that our reading clerk, your microphone's working, correct?
Maybe I speak too low.
Okay, yeah, just speak a little bit more into the record. That's all I got, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Geller, any polls?
Yes, sir. I also have an abstention. I also have an abstention on 81 and items 30 and 31.
30, okay, 81 for abstention and 30 and 31 just regular polls?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Ryan.
That's me. I have an abstention on item 53.
53 for an abstention. Commissioner Bogan.
No polls.
Commissioner Alston.
Thank you, Mayor. No polls. Question, is the plan to hear 77 and 89 together?
89,
I
yeah.
have a legal question. That's why I like to.
Yeah, I'm going to
You
do
can hit them
89
together.
right after the last public hearing item, so we'll hear them at about the same time.
All right, thank you.
Deputy County Administrator and County Administrator, any polls? County Auditor. I don't think you're allowed to pull any, but I'll ask you anyway. Drew? Okay. All right, so that brings us to the, go ahead. Any public polls? It's my first meeting back. Give me a little time. to get back
Still
in
a
the
little,
zone.
still a little rusty.
Yeah.
Numbers 6 and 81 are pulled for public speakers.
6 and 81 are pulled for public speakers. Okay, so those are the only polls that we have. You want to read the agenda?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. The consent agenda is items 1 through 72, less the following items. Item 6, which was pulled. Item 25 was withdrawn. Items 30 and 31 were pulled by Senator Geller. Item 53 was pulled for an abstention. And then adding to those items are items 82, 84, 85, 88, and 92.
Missed 81.
81 is not
81's
on.
regular item, that hasn't been moved to.
Oh, it says public.
That's regular on.
Okay.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
I have a motion by Senator Geller, second by Commissioner Alston. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Please show that the consent agenda passes unanimously. Our first order of business is a presentation from Career Workforce Development. Career Source.
Career Source.
Come on down.
Good morning.
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 It is my pleasure to be with you today, and thank you for the invitation. My name is Carol Hilton, and I am the president of Career Source Broward. Thank you, Mayor Udine, commissioners, and county manager's office for inviting me to present today. Oh. There. Career Source Broward is Broward County's workforce development system. We're governed by the Council of Elected Officials, County Commissioner, Commissioner Tim Ryan, mayors of Hollywood and Fort Lauderdale, and the Broward Workforce Development Board is appointed by the council. There are 24 Career Source boards throughout the state of Florida. Today, I will focus on youth services. We have dedicated funds to serve both youth and adults. Every year, we serve between 1,500 and 2,000 Broward County youth, ages 16 to 24. Our youth programs and services are year-round out-of-school programs, year-round in-school youth programs, and we run a summer youth employment program. Our programs aim to help youth overcome barriers of employment. We fund local youth providers and also provide services directly from our one-stop centers to make sure the youth have services available and can reach us throughout Broward County. Our youth providers. Our youth providers, first I have to say, they say it takes a village to raise a child. And this is a major part of the services that we do. Our youth providers are the Center for Independent Living. They serve youth with disabilities. The Flight Center, they serve youth aging out of foster care, victims of human trafficking and homeless youth. Handy, it serves opportunity youth with an emphasis on justice involved, homelessness, and runaways. We also partner with the School Board of Broward County. They serve high school dropouts through our GED program, and we also have a program with them where they are serving youth in school that are at risk of dropping out. We recently added Junior Achievement of South Florida. They serve high school seniors at risk of not graduating. Additionally, we have points of contact at each technical school college, Broward College, and through our network of providers, our youth are recruited into occupational training scholarships. Any youth that is in our year-round program is going to get an education and they are going to graduate debt-free. We do fund up to $12,000 for a scholarship, and we have negotiated for all of our providers that any program above that will be scholarshiped. We provide laptops when children are in need, when youth are in need. We have begun to provide internet services because we understand there is a digital divide, and if a youth is to be successful, they're going to need all the tools possible. We provide transportation services if there is a need. We provide clothing support services for when they're ready to get that first job. Additionally, our case management component is very small caseloads, up to 15 youth, because the youth that I spoke about earlier, it really takes a lot of support and hand-holding to get them ready to be able to step into the world of work. Our employers will tell us every time we do forums or have an opportunity to meet with them that it is not the hard skills that they have issues with their workforce. It is the soft skills component. And therefore, we really have a major emphasis on soft skills in all of our programs. We teach the kids, not the youth, not just employability skills, but also safety training. We also have started to work to develop financial literacy for them, because it's also not what you earn, it's what you keep. And so we have partnered with Chase to provide a financial literacy curriculum. We have, many years ago, started to give the youth a debit card, because we found that when they got paid, they went to check cashing, and that's not a good way for youth to learn how to be able to handle their finances. So now they have a debit card, and we teach them how to be able to use that. We also talk with them and teach them through our partners about apprenticeship programs, and it seems as though more and more, I just read an article that people are understanding the value of apprenticeship programs, because they are a learn while you earn opportunity. In fact, we just had an apprenticeship summit with over 200 employers, such that they could understand how to develop or to grow one as a way to build up their workforce and as a way to be able to help our residents of Broward to become employed. Services we provide to youth. We talked about dropout prevention, GED, financial literacy. We are also teaching our young people to be young, good adults. We teach leadership, we teach citizenship, which are important components. Also, any youth in our program, when they exit, we follow up with them for 1 year to make sure that they are okay and there are not additional services they need. And if they do need them, we are there to provide it, because they do need a safety net in order to be able to move forward. Summer youth. Our summer youth program is funded primarily by Children's Services Council, our Career Source Broward funds, City of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, thank you very much, City of Hollywood, and from time to time, other cities and municipalities. During that time, all youth receive three days of employability skills and safety training and the financial literacy. It is an 8-week paid work experience tied to their career interests. This past summer, we were able to pay the wages for the youth $14 an hour. Almost daily visits from a mentor from our office to the various work sites, because the employers and youth need to understand the youth, they don't walk in ready to work. While we teach them employability skills, there is a lot of nurturing and hand-holding that needs to happen. Career Source Broward funds the workers' compensation for the employers through our program. And if you are employers and if you've ever had an incident, you understand that it runs beyond the 8 weeks. It could be a year if someone is hurt. And so we take that burden off of employers as a way to encourage them. About 3,000 youth apply to our program each year. Now, people think of summer as, May, June. We start planning for the summer program in December. Many years ago, when I came to Career Source Broward, I created a portal to make it easier for youth to apply. We opened that portal in December, and I will tell you, within 1 hour of, first of all, the kids are calling as to when is it going to be open, when is it open. Within 1 hour of us opening that portal, about 300 kids apply. At the end of the 3 weeks that portal is open, about 3,000 kids apply. Broward youth want to work. We are able to fund about 1,000, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, depending on what other cities and municipalities are able to give us. We do provide a full day, not just for the youth, but also for the monitors. We also pull in the work site employers and train them. about expectations. Here is a testimonial of Pompano Beach General Services Department, and I'll let you read that. What's amazing and what really was a positive is there were 3 people placed there. And during the 8 weeks, they contacted 8,270 vendors to obtain the information the city needed in order to update their records. And they said it was a truly rewarding experience. I can tell you it's a summer youth temporary program, but as a result of this program, we find that those kids who are 18 and maybe had not decided what to do for college, they get hired. And so that's a win-win. And then here you have a youth that says this is their 2nd year back, and they came back because of the skills that they're learning that's going to help them in school and also in life. Here is a youth that worked at Correct Optical. Correct Optical took about 8 kids, and the kids were learning how to make glasses. And they have been a great partner with us. And the youth indicates, I would not trade this experience for the world. One of the things that our board asked as we move forward to develop Broward's pipeline is to ask the employers to be able to educate the youth on the occupational or the career path for where they are placed. For example, at the Riverside Hotel, they may have had 8 to 10 youth. They rotate the kids, the youth, through the various jobs in the hospitality industry. So we're really exposing them to a career path. Results that lead to success. So most recently, over the past few years, because I'm including the pandemic, which, as you know, was a start and stop time for us, we served over 3,500 youth in our year-round and summer program. We enrolled over 700 youth through our dedicated funds, and over 300 youth successfully completed their education. It doesn't mean that's how many kids were in the program, but we count our success by exits, and it does take time. And we placed over 560 youth in unsubsidized employment for those that we know. We don't always know those that were hired through the summer program. With that, I would say thank you. I would say like us on social media. There is a lot that we are doing in the community every day, and a great way to follow us is through social media. I would also invite you to please call my office and set a meeting to meet with me individually. I would love to hear more about what you all individually are doing in relation to workforce initiatives, such that we can be a partner with you. We are here to serve you. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that presentation. If there's any questions, otherwise we can make the appointment. Commissioner Ryan.
Serving as the County Commission appointee to CareerSource, I wanted to just tell you that we actually engage in a lot of work with various service providers, and it's always been helpful for the funds, they come into CareerSource, and they're primarily 90% federal money, and then through a competitive process, we select private providers that furnish many of these services. And I mention that because every year when we go through the budget, there are some vendors that want to get the money directly from the county, when in the past, I think it's been more successful for us to work through various organizations like CareerSource and have them go through all of the vetting process and rank, and then go ahead and provide funding through that mechanism. So I just wanted to mention it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fisher, and then Senator Rich, and then Commissioner Furr.
And it was just a comment that I noticed that the Pompano Beach General Services Department, how instrumental they were in all those numbers. So kudos to the city of Pompano Beach. I have to represent them.
Oh, wonderful.
Kudos noted. Senator Rich.
So we helped.
Somehow I knew when I saw Pompano Beach, you were going to say that. They have a great representative. I just want to thank you for your presentation. I had really asked if we could do something like this because of exactly what Commissioner Ryan was saying about, providers coming directly. I think it's really important to know, for everybody to know the incredible work that you do and the comprehensive work that you do, and that you actually do pull in all of these employers, these providers that can help
Okay.
with your programming. But the outcome is phenomenal, and I just, wanted to say congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Farr.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Go
no.
ahead. I just want to thank you for the partnership with the Children's Services Council. I'm on there, and I know we can count on you all to help us find some really good jobs for the kids. But I did have one question, for all the unions, like the electrician unions and those, are you able to connect with the apprenticeships with them?
Absolutely.
That's what I
Every
thought.
single apprenticeship in Broward County program is on our website.
Okay.
And as I indicated, we just had an apprenticeship summit. I was told by CareerSource Florida guests that accompanied us there, that it was they had not seen an apprenticeship summit in the state of Florida as what we put on. We had over 200 employers attend, and we also have representation on our board through the electrical unions. And we absolutely do want to partner with them, because some of our workforce opportunities are such that we are able to offset the costs. For example, I think, is it Fort Lauderdale Housing? I think it's Fort Lauderdale Housing, just to give an example. We come in after a few months of a trainee being on site, and we subsidize the wages for that apprentice for some time, so that up to 6 months. So therefore, the employer or the apprenticeship is able to add more apprentices because we offset the cost. So we really have a lot of services for employers, on-the-job training, where they hire the employee, and again, we subsidize up to $18,000 per person. We have some employers who have received up to $100,000 of funding to help grow their business, and by growing their business, they're employing Broward residents, again, a win-win. And this is not a loan. This is funding that we are funded by your tax dollars. So it really is beneficial to use us. We also have work experience programs for those employers who are not yet ready to hire but need the help to grow their business. So, I mean, I could stay here for another, for a long time. So please call us and come and talk to us.
Well, if you have anything that is like an electronic flyer or something like that we can distribute, I think I would love to be able to do that.
Absolutely.
I think all of us have newsletters, that it'd be good to be able to put those kind of things out. And I know you're working with us on our own apprenticeships with our contracts. So I just want to thank you. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Geller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, I chair the working group dealing with trying to get more people into the trades. Your group has been extremely helpful. I just want to comment on one thing that you said, which is so important and most people don't pay enough attention, which is when you spoke about the soft skills. We've heard time and time and time again about people showing up who don't realize that they have to show up for an interview on time. That's probably not the best idea to be wearing a t-shirt and flip-flops when you're going for a job. I mean, all of these other soft skills, which we keep hearing again and again and again, and the fact that you're emphasizing them is just so important. Most people don't realize how important it is, but you do, so thank you.
Thank you. I would also welcome you to please be a work site. I believe Mayor Seiler at one point had a youth that worked with him, so I would invite you to do that. It really makes a difference in the youth's lives.
To close, I'll just also add one comment. When you mentioned the thing about the check cashing stores and the debit cards, the county administrator and I were at the OIC Middle Class Summit recently, and we heard from the Federal Reserve, banking the unbanked is one of the biggest issues. And I know the OIC is working with FTX on some kind of pilot programs. I think CareerSource may even have a representative that's sitting in on some of those meetings. To bank the unbanked is a very big issue and a very important one, so I'm glad you're looking into that. And with that, thank you for your report, thank you for being here, and appreciate all the hard work that you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
That brings us to our consent agenda. There were 2 items that were pulled for abstentions. I'm going to take those first. Item number 53 was pulled by Commissioner Ryan for an abstention.
Item 53 is a plat approval, and I have an abstention here because it's a motion to approve a plat that includes land of which I have an interest, and the plat is also adjacent to a portion of the of property that is my primary residence. Therefore, I'll be leaving the dais and not voting on item 53. I ask that the minutes of the meeting please reflect that I have abstained.
Thank you.
Mayor, we should probably condemn condemn it if it has to do with his property.
I'll accept a motion on item number 53. Assuming that Commissioner Bogan isn't making that motion, I'm going to accept Senator Geller's motion to approve. Is there a second? Second by Senator Rich. All in favor on item number 53, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Please show that that passes 8-0 with Commissioner Tim Ryan abstaining. That brings us to item number 81, which was pulled for an abstention by Senator Rich and by Senator Geller. Senator Rich.
Thank you. I serve on the Board of Kids in Distress, which will be impacted financially if item 81 passes. I do not receive any compensation for serving on this board, and I therefore have no actual statutory voting conflict. However, to avoid the appearance of a conflict, I'm abstaining on item 81 and ask that this be reflected in the minutes.
Thank you, Senator Rich. Senator Geller.
Similarly, I serve on the board of the Holocaust Documentation and Education Center, which will be impacted financially if item 81 passes. I do not receive any compensation for serving on this board, and I therefore have no actual statutory voting conflict. However, to avoid the appearance of a conflict, I am abstaining on item 81 and ask if this be reflected in the minutes.
Thank you, Senator Geller. Item number 81 is a budget resolution transferring dollars from the Law Enforcement Trust Fund. We have 2 members of the public that are here to speak on item 81. No, I think they're on the phone. On the phone for item 81, operator, please open the phone for Kerry Holden. AT&T operator, Kerry Holden.
Kerry Holden is not on the line.
For the record, the operator said Kerry Holden is not on the line. Kyle Turner.
Yes, sir. Kyle Turner calling. I am referencing Julian's Fountain of Youth, and we are here and appreciate the opportunity today.
Thank you. So I'm assuming he's here for questions only if there was something on something that was... Okay. Anybody, item number 81, the 2 speakers have been recognized. We had 2 abstentions. I'll accept a motion on item number 81. I have a motion by Commissioner Geller.
No, I didn't. That was Bogan.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Bogan. Second by Commissioner Furr. All in favor on item number 81 signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Please show that that passes 7-0 with Senator Geller and Senator Rich both abstaining. That brings us through our abstention items. Item number 6 is our first pull, but I'm going to ask, just with the permission of the commission, if we can do item number 79, the delegation request. There's some people here, they have 7 minutes. I want to do that one so that they don't have to sit through the entire meeting. So unless there's an objection, I'm going to pull item number 79 and invite our delegation here to speak on the Lakeside Estates matter. Item 79, come on, step forward. And I believe Jeremy, the Special Assistant Administrator, told me that there are 3 people speaking on that, so our rules require 7 minutes for this delegation request. So it's 3 speakers, and they have 7 minutes total on item number 79. Sorry.
They've agreed to waive their time to me, if that's all right. Permission to approach, I was unorthodox.
Okay, I'm going to ask the county attorney.
Yeah, Mayor, we don't do that on the waiver.
Well, we'll take the documents can go to Kim.
This is just a copy of the agreement,
Okay.
59, a transcript of what
Okay,
I'm
wait.
going to say, and
Okay.
a petition of the resident
Okay.
asking that it be repealed.
Mayor, it's 3 minutes for the primary speaker, and I believe 2 minutes for up to 2 additional speakers. It's the board's consistent practice, which we would recommend sticking with that you're not allowed the time to be tacked, but ultimately, it's a decision for the board.
Okay, so I'm going to give this speaker, just as a courtesy, because he thought he had 7 minutes, because he sent an email and thought he had 7. I'm going to give him 7 minutes, and we'll go from there. Sir, you have 7 minutes, and your other 2 speakers will not be allowed to speak. So you have 7 minutes to speak, starting now.
Hello, Greg Jacobs, 330 Pembroke Road, 33021. I'm a psychologist and editor working and residing at Lakeside Park Estates in Pembroke Park. Today, I must draw your attention to problems with the agreement from Trinity Broadcasting and the Broward Commission. Item 59 promised an investigation and then an agreement that would provide appropriate relief to residents. We got neither. The park is still unlawfully registered as an RV park when under Florida law it is a mobile home park. All amenities are not restored. The community center is not open. The recent closing of the West Pool has resulted in the only disability access point for tenants' mailboxes, laundry, and restrooms being denied. This is an ADA violation. No one received relocation counseling from the Urban Group. They were only used to convey TBN's manipulative rent incentive offer in May. TBN refuses to be present and accounted for in my HUD investigation, a matter that has gone on well over a year. I was terrorized 24/7 for months on end by the former manager and maintenance man, both psychotic criminals, Nancy and Jason Cole Ellis, who also decimated the wildlife in our sanctuary, made homicidal attempts and threats against myself and others. On top of the harassment and intimidation, they even poisoned Mary's pet cat, Buddy. TBN is now actively shielding these criminals from charges of grand larceny and participation in hate crimes. It is my understanding that there is also another HUD investigation brought about by the current management team. Construction of the route Loud Noise starts at 8 a.m. and goes on late at night, even on Saturdays, not per your agreement, which states it is only to take place during regular business hours, 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. One worker from Sun Eagle Construction threatened me with physical violence. More problematic, I had to argue with the BSO officer to write the report for aggravated assault and violating my right to privacy for photographing me and threatening me. I am subjected to acute and ongoing incidents of surveillance in violation of my constitutional rights to privacy and peaceful occupancy of my domicile. Current problems on the property are rampant. Unaddressed code violations that include but are not limited to live power lines laying on the ground, unclean refuse at various locations, which constitutes a flying debris hazard, trash allowed to accumulate. Exposed tie downs and straps are everywhere. The property has generated 45 new code violations in the month of August alone. In TBN's effort to hide over 30 mobile home lots, units were demolished, concrete pads were broken up and removed, leaving unapproved services, all done without permits. Mud is everywhere as a result. Nails and screws from demolition regularly damage residents' tires. Concrete rubble from demolition is stored on the property in anticipation of dumping it into Lake Trinity when no one is watching. Unlawful eviction, cases of elder abuse, and animal cruelty have occurred. TBN is imposing ecological damage to Lake Trinity by shutting off the 3 large aerator fountains, significantly reducing water quality. We are an over 55 community with several seniors aged 65 and above who report increased symptoms of COPD, bronchitis, asthma, sinusitis, and other respiratory ailments due to the now brownish green moldy water in Lake Trinity, which has even produced an algae bloom. This is done in violation of the EPA's water quality standards effective under the Clean Water Act, item 62-302.5. Surface waters, part 6, pose a serious danger to the public health, safety, or welfare. And subsection 1, produce conditions so as to create a nuisance for class 3 body of water. TBN even misrepresents the truth about this to the Commission. Commissioner Furr, can you explain how the disgusting water quality of Lake Trinity fits in with your protecting our water quality platform? The restrooms are kept in a disgusting state in the middle of a pandemic. TBN has even gone so far as to index the sinks and mirrors in 2 of the 6 public restrooms, take photographs, falsify cleaning records, and submit them to the Broward Commission as evidence the restrooms are clean on July 29th and plan to continue submitting false evidence moving forward. Any of the photos shown by TBN clearly illustrate the disgusting conditions I have documented as well. Almighty Protection Services, too, the security vendor and current focus of one of the multiple Board of Agriculture investigations, is not securing the property, present only from 5:30 p.m. until 4:30 a.m. Guards tell us they let everyone through and they no longer patrol the property, being restricted to the front gate. The media attention of our mistreatment at Lakeside Park Estates has resulted in nonstop trauma tourism by the public. Homeless persons have been observed living in the vacant trailers. Looting goes on every night. We fear for our safety and effects. Make no mistake, the disgusting conditions of the park, dirty restrooms, turning our swimming pools green, damaging the ecology of Lake Trinity, unaddressed code violations, ongoing ADA violations, demolition of noise, unsecured front gate, outwardly rude and harassing statements by management is all done in a malicious effort to discourage us. Coercion, intimidation, threats, interference, false statement to the Broward Commission, the police, even fabrication of evidence are all crimes in the daily wheelhouse of TBN. You cannot be nice to some people. It's them. They are some people. I fear the commission is going to learn this lesson the hard way. There's no fault of my own, as I reached out to Adam Katzman on multiple occasions and spoke with him for hours, supplied him with several exhibits, verifying all of my allegations relating to our concerns about the closing of the Lakeside Park Estates and the character of TBN. There are 2 open HUD investigations, multiple Board of Agriculture cases, a Florida Fish and Wildlife investigation, and others looking into TBN. Even a brief glance at their 990s reveals glaring financial irregularities for public consumption. I respectfully submit that item 59 agreement be rescinded effective immediately and revisited with an eye towards one that provides the appropriate relief previously promised to us. The money offered is not enough to help residents relocate. I propose an across-the-board, no-strings relocation payment several times the amount being offered for all residents who choose to accept it, regardless of trailer RV ownership status, just for putting up with TBN shenanigans. Say $15,000 per household, which is not that large a sum considering all the money TBN does not have to pay into the Florida Mobile Home Relocation Fund. We request April 2023 be the move-out deadline, as one resident has prepaid until then. All construction stops until we leave. Do you think TBN can be trusted to pay residents who move out after all this? To show good faith, TBN must deposit monies in advance into an account for all residents. Thank you very much for your attention to this most trying and untenable situation. Greg Jacobs, Lakeside.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. And
Thank you. I'm going to recognize the county attorney.
Mayor, and as the board members know, this is a delegation, and so normally it's not interactive, but because of this very difficult situation, which we acknowledge that a lot of folks are in, I've asked Adam, with your permission, to come up for 3 to 4 minutes just to present, to let you and the public know what we've done. You did give us authority to act here. Our authority was limited because, as you could hear from the presentation, most of these issues are not county issues and not things that the county has jurisdiction over. We did reach an agreement that Adam can talk about. It's not an agreement that any member, any resident of the park has to accept. It's basically something they can opt into if they think they have better rights or anything that they can pursue. They're fully free to do that. With that said, and by the way, while Adam's walking up, we took this very seriously. 5 of our most senior lawyers in the office all had involvement in this, including getting pictures of pools and things like that and looking at them. Not things that lawyers are great at, but we can tell when a pool looks clean or it doesn't. So it is a very difficult situation. I'm not trying to make light of it. We acknowledge that. It's just we also need to acknowledge the county's very limited and finite role here. And with that said, I'd ask Adam to please step up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He thinks he's going to talk again.
Good morning, Adam Katzman, Assistant County Attorney. Just to start off, a little background. So in mid-March 2022, Lakeside Park Estates, which is a RV park that housed approximately 200 residents, the company notified the residents that they had 1 month to vacate. The park residents objected, some media was involved. Lakeside turned around and basically said that there was some confusion and that not all residents had to move out. There was only certain residents. They also provided a graduated incentive if you leave during certain times. I believe it was August, September, October with the graduating schedule. As the later you left, the less money you got, to try and incentivize some of these residents from moving out, being that they had resided at the park for a long period of time. At some point, this commission was brought into this, and through a motion direct, which is in slide 1, this board directed the county attorney's office to look into whether cause existed for declaratory relief action against Lakeside, and also to determine whether the park constitutes what's known as a mobile home park or a RV park. And under the law, that's significant because there are certain requirements that have to happen for an RV park, or for a mobile home park, as opposed to an RV park. Notably, the county attorney's office does not represent the individuals at Lakeside, or currently or previously. That our involvement is simply to represent the county and look at what the county could do for this lawfully. So looking at our investigation, what we did was we reviewed various different potential causes of action, including declaratory action, unfair trade practice, false claims. The point of contention, like I said, was whether it was a mobile home park or an RV park. And there's very specific definitions, and mobile home park is defined differently throughout the statutes. And the particular statute is section 723, which that creates the mobile home park and provides relief and the tenancy for how you would evict somebody. And that definition is different than section 5, I believe it's 513, that says what a mobile home park is and what an RV park is. And those definitions are significant because that definition in 723, if it was ever an RV, if those structures were ever RVs, it's not a mobile home. And so we spoke with some residents, we spoke with Lakeside through their lawyers. We did public records requests with the Department of Health. We spoke to the Department of Health. We spoke with the city of Pembroke Park. And looking at all this, and again, we're looking at this through the lens of what the county can do on behalf of the county. We believe that it was the best course of action to try and resolve this matter with Lakeside, and using the Florida Mobile Home Act as a guide. And so what we did is we entered into a settlement agreement with Lakeside, and what that settlement agreement entailed was that Lakeside wanted residents out. They gave them a time frame to leave. Obviously, there are people with leases and they have to abide by those leases, but we were able to get them to extend the time until December 31st, 2022. Previously, it was, I believe, October 15th of 2022. There was also compensation that residents could take advantage of. If there are RVs that cannot move, because some of these RVs that used to be RVs that had wheels and could be moved have been there for so long that they no longer could be moved just through pulling it on a trailer or using their own power, those RVs got $3,000. For RVs that can move, your typical RV that you see that can be drawn on a pickup truck or through its own power, they get a graduated payment, which was pushed back. So if they leave by October 15th, they get $2,500. If they leave by November 15th, they get $2,000. And they leave by December 15th, they get $1,500. The only conditions for the residents to receive that kind of money, to receive that compensation, is that they have to continue to pay rent, they are the record owner, and they have to vacate by the dates, either December 31st for the $3,000 or the graduated payments. Lakeside also agreed they would continue maintaining the premises in operating condition, and they would also permit county staff to go onto the premises and meet with residents to inform them of different social services options. And actually, Lakeside went further and they gave space for the county to set up through its Family Success and its Elderly Veteran Services to meet with people to try and get them into certain programs that may help them with first and last month rent and items like that. Lakeside also agreed that if they're going to have a land use change and a rezoning proposal, that they'll include it, they'll have residential units of senior 55 and older, with 15% of those to be affordable housing. While this obviously doesn't, if you have to move out and it's been your home for a while, this settlement is not going to provide you all the relief that you're going to need. It's just not going to do that because there's not enough money that you're going to be able to spend to do that. Also notably, this agreement is between the county and Lakeside. technically it's Trinity Broadcasting, which Lakeside is a fictitious name. Trinity Broadcasting Network owns the property. It's between us and the county and Trinity. The residents are not a party to that agreement, so they're not beholden to it. If they want to bring their own causes of action, if they have different remedies, if they have their own leases, they can pursue those remedies by themselves or go through whatever lawyer will take their case, through legal aid, or whatever they may do. After we had the settlement, there were some complaints that were made by various residents. We contacted the Department of Health and the city again. The Department of Health did not find any violations. You'll see pictures streaming. Lakeside. Lakeside has sent us weekly pictures, sometimes daily pictures of these items. Department of Health has investigated. There are no valid complaints after our settlement agreement. City of Pembroke Park has also looked out. They have not found any code violations, but for the debris from different demolition that Lakeside was getting cited for, so they had to clean up the demolition and keep, when they move out of the park, when people move out of the park, there are different structures that are left there. And because of that, that's a hazard, and the park was being cited for that, so they had to start demolishing. There was also an issue of confusion on the conditions. Lakeside put it out a notice that we worked with them on, saying the only 3 conditions are the ones that I told you earlier. They have to move out by a certain date, they have to be timely in rent, they have to be the record owner. Those are the only conditions to get the money. So in concluding, if you look under the county settlement agreement, if you look under the Florida Mobile Home Act, ultimately, in March is when Lakeside told everyone, hey, they needed to get out. We extended it to December 31st, which is essentially 9 months' notice for them to vacate. Even if they were mobile homes under the Florida Mobile Home Act, they only get 6 months to leave. And then if you look at, we got $3,000 for non-movable RVs. Under the Florida Mobile Home Act, you get $3,000 if you're a single-section mobile home, if you remove the home. And you only get $1,375 if you abandon it and give title to the owners. Also, we got the RVs received between $1,500 and $2,500. Under the Florida Mobile Home Act, an RV owner gets nothing. So that's basically the chronology and the sequencing of how we handled this case and what we look to do. Again, the compensation may not be enough for people to move, but even if you look under the Florida Mobile Home Act, this is the compensation they would get, and sometimes it's more than they would get.
Thank you, Mr. Katzman. Commissioner Bogan?
Mr. Katzman, what I'm curious about is what kind of jurisdiction we have, and you've kind of said that there's limited. For example, you showed pictures of bathrooms. Do we have any jurisdiction with our departments to go in to do something if the conditions were deplorable, like the gentleman was saying it was horrible? Do we have any remedies that we can do?
Well, I believe this is in the city of Pembroke Park, so the city would have jurisdiction to go in there, and also the RV parks are under the jurisdiction of the Department of Health as well, so which is Broward County Department of Health would also have jurisdiction. Through our settlement agreement,
The
they
Broward County Department of Health, which is run by the state of Florida.
Correct.
It's the Florida Department of Health in Broward County,
That's
not the Broward County.
Mr. Katzman, let me give you a specific question.
Yes.
Okay, maybe you're not used to answering the questions. Do we have jurisdiction or not?
No.
We don't have any jurisdiction to go in if there's a health condition based on the conditions that they're keeping it in. You're telling me the city has that jurisdiction, but not the county?
Correct. The
So
city
then
would be responsible.
why do they even care to send you pictures, whether those pictures are true or not? What's in it for them to send us? Why would they even give us the courtesy of sending those?
Well, under the settlement agreement, they're supposed to maintain the community. We are also receiving complaints, and we are attempting to try and assist the residents with doing what they do.
So since you hear people claiming that these pictures are not indicative of the true health condition, have we ever thought of doing any spot checks on our own instead of relying on their pictures?
Well, we also relied on the Department of Health and the city.
I understand.
So
Let me say it again.
I personally did not go out and
So in March, I asked our county attorney, we all brought this to our county attorney because we cared about this community and wanted to see what we could do to help this community. I just wanted to see why don't we think of spot checking, you know, now that we have an agreement, they signed an agreement that we can hold them to, why not have somebody go out and stop in there for 5 minutes, 10 minutes and do a spot check? How long does that take to look at bathrooms and look at the property?
If that's something, Commissioner, that the board wants to direct, you know, staff to do, it can be done, but it's not normally the role of a county to do spot checks to ensure that agreements are being fully complied with. And I just want to make one thing clear. Adam said it, but he's a little more soft-spoken than I am. We understand this is a very difficult situation, but what was obtained here, we believe, is basically what would be if they had their best day in court on this and they were deemed to be a mobile home park. We can't get more than that. When we first got direction from the board, we thought that it was more likely a mobile home park than an RV park. As we move forward with this process, legally, I'm not talking about how it was run, I'm not talking about what people's expectations were, but legally, we started having tremendous doubt about that, and we did not think we could file a declaratory judgment that would be successful on that. So we turned our focus to trying to negotiate the best deal we could obtain for the residents, with the very important caveat that if Mr. Jacobs or any other party, you know, had the means, had the claims, my understanding is that Mr. Jacobs may have some claims pending somewhere. You mentioned certain environmental conditions. There are other agencies that look at that. Nothing forces the residents to accept this. This is basically a floor that should provide relief to a number of residents. It may not work out for everyone, and again, we acknowledge this is a very difficult situation, and the statutory remedies, you know, probably aren't adequate here, but that's a legislative matter.
So on behalf of our county attorney's office, you're saying that our jurisdiction is very limited at best?
Correct.
And are you aware, is there any private attorney helping, filing anything? Are you aware of any private attorney helping?
I believe that they were referred to legal aid at some point. I don't know the status of legal aid. I'm unaware of a private attorney being involved.
We've been pushing for legal aid to asking them if they can get involved.
I mean, the county provides money to legal aid.
Correct.
We should be, maybe we should be meeting with the head of legal aid to say,
We have.
these people need help.
We've been asking.
Okay, thank you.
I have Commissioner Moskowitz, followed by Senator Rich, and then Ryan.
Yeah, so I want to go back to something Commissioner Bogan just said, because it's a fascinating question, and we kind of glossed over it. If we have no power and no jurisdiction, why would they voluntarily enter into this with us? Parties don't do that. What was it that Trinity said, oh, the county's calling, they have no jurisdiction, but let's enter into a settlement agreement with them that gives these residents more than they'd be guaranteed under statute? That makes zero sense to me.
Mayor? Let me suggest that I think we can all think of reasons why people enter into a settlement, even though they think they have a very strong case. And I know you're an attorney and a good one, and I know you can think of reasons as well. But just for example here, we were threatening them with litigation. And they also had problems in the media with what was happening. We believe what they did, especially out of the gate, was very heavy-handed. That's what got some of the commissioners involved. By the way, Commissioner Moskowitz, and congratulations, that's the only reason we're here talking about this. If this wouldn't have been them coming out of the gate and causing all of these problems and getting the attention of some of our commissioners who asked us to get involved to try to improve the situation, not solve it. We can't solve it. Improve it.
Are they ever coming back to the county for any land use changes on this property? Are they going to be coming back to us in some future development of this property? I'm getting to the answer of Mark's question, which is why they would come to us. But so the point is that at some point in time they're going to be coming back to the county for development changes, land use changes, we believe.
Probably, and the board will have legislative discretion when that happens, so anyway.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'm done for now.
Senator Rich.
Thank you. So I'm kind of not understanding this. So what recourse, if we went into a settlement agreement with them. So what recourse do we have if they violate the agreement, which I believe they are by not maintaining the premises in operating condition? So what good is this if we cannot follow up, if they don't abide by the agreement?
I think Senator Rich will, if someone breaches an agreement, and again, as Adam said, the agreement is between the county
Yes.
and these entities. So nothing in the agreement, of course, stops the residents from doing anything. In terms of the county, they breach the agreement, we could put them on notice, and then we can move to sue them for breach. But the evidence that we have, and it's not, it's pictures, but again, Adam mentioned, it's the Department of Health, Senator Geller, not the Broward County Department of Health, the State Department of Health, that's called the Broward County Department of Health. It isn't. It's a state entity and a city that has jurisdiction. So if we knew that they were just violating the agreement, we would step in there, and if we had to, I would have to check the item to see if we need permission, but I'd probably just ask forgiveness afterwards. We'd threaten them and file suit if we had to. Now, what we found instead, and I know the residents have a very different story to tell, and I don't doubt their story at all. But what we found is every time we reach out doing things as lawyers, like how's the pool or the bathrooms being maintained, not things that are really lawyer functions, what we do them, we find that they've been responsive to us and that objective evidence seems to be presented to suggest that they are in compliance. Not that they haven't had to cure some things, but that they've always stepped up and been responsive, in our opinion.
So is there still authority for us to be able to go in, since we signed this agreement, to be able to ourselves check and see if they're living up to the agreement?
Yeah, Adam, I would think they would allow us to go there and check on some of these conditions if, Adam, is that?
We should do that,
Lakeside, through their lawyers, have been cooperative. I have no reason to believe that they wouldn't permit us to do that.
Thank you.
I believe
Commissioner Ryan.
Lakeside might be here, so.
So the area we're discussing, of which I know that Commissioner Burr is well aware, Pembroke Park is it was a very small town, and actually, it's not a city, it's a town, like you don't have the city of Davie, it's the town of Davie, town of Pembroke Park. Is it the town of Southwood Ranges? Yes, it is. Yes. And it's got a very strong commercial base. And with that, this issue that I think that, Commissioner Rich has brought up a couple of times is, you do need to have, some level of workforce housing or affordable housing stock. And so if you're going from whether it's a mobile home park or an RV park, and I think it was being a change in land use to allow for, would it be townhouses? I think, but it was a more intensive, residential zoning. And can you tell us, Adam, where we are on that process? Did it receive the local approvals from the town of Pembroke Park? And now it has been, intimated by Commissioner Moskowitz, Congressman Moskowitz, that it's just coming up, for approval by the county, but it's not a real, discretionary, decision or approval on our part. That's kind of the way I understand it. Is that how you understand what happened with it, or perhaps? I know that Commissioner Geller is well versed on land use, so maybe he can answer the question.
They haven't applied yet.
Okay.
Correct. They put everything, I believe, I don't know if it's on pause, but they have not moved forward with the process at this time.
Use that as leverage? We have to approve it. They haven't applied yet.
Well, but they're gonna go before the town first, before they come to us.
Correct.
Is it required for us to approve, or should we use that as leverage?
Mayor?
We have complete discretion, but as to whether it's leverage or not,
Yeah, right, you have legislative discretion, which is very broad. Leverage is not something we would.
Right. All right, other members, Commissioner Furr, followed by Senator Geller, and then Vice Mayor. Then we can go into round two.
First of all, when we first heard about this, we saw what was going on, and it was a mess. And TBN did not give these people anywhere near what they deserved in terms of just going. So the county stepped in to try to help out here. But it's a limited amount that we can step in. We did, and when we did ask, what they're putting there is essentially like an Amazon, FedEx type thing. We said, we told them what our issues were in this county, that we were really hurting on affordable housing. That's when we got them to actually say they would put up affordable housing. That's where that's coming from. They had no intention at all of doing that. But unfortunately, we're not in a position as a county to be able to go much further. I think we've gone as far as we really can within our jurisdiction. Yeah, we could be asking the Department of Health to be making sure that things are being, we could be doing spot checking or ask the Department of Health. I have no problem doing that. But I do think at this point, what we should be trying to do is trying to help if you all can get some legal aid and stuff like that, because at that point, it's going to really require your own separate attorney to be doing some of this. And your beef is not going to be with us, but it's going to be with TBN, because that's really where this is going. It's not with us, because we're limited to what we can do. You might be asking for a certain amount of money, but that's not going to come from the county. That's going to come from TBN. So those kind of questions and that kind of legal representation needs to be directed there. And that's, I'm happy to be meeting with you all afterwards. But that's kind of where your direction needs to be heading at this point. I think what we've done is done, honestly, everything we could. Adam has done it. Our legal department has tried to give you as much time as you need. It's not going to be enough time, and I know that. For a lot of people, and this is what we're facing in this entire county. It is hard to find housing in this county right now. And that's the sad fact of it. And unfortunately, a lot of people in this development are running into that and running square into that. And so that's why we asked, and that's why we had Family Success there to help where we could and where we can, and trying to help as many people as we can to find places to live and try to get money to go there. So at this point, I'm happy to meet with everybody afterwards. I can't do it, we'll have the meeting today. But you do need to, at this point, you do need to find legal representation that is going to help you with TBN, not against the county, because we've done what we can do. And I think we can help wherever we can. But that's kind of it, if I'm not mistaken. So that's kind of where it's at.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have Senator Geller, followed by Vice Mayor Fisher.
I'll be brief. First, I want to begin by thanking and congratulating newly re-elected Commissioner Furr for bringing this whole item up. You have fought valiantly for your constituents like we all try and do, but again, I just wanted to congratulate you on going above and beyond. County Attorney, if there is a violation of the agreement, I've looked through it. I don't think there's any substantial remedies. We can tell them to fix it or to correct it, but there's no penalties that I see. I mean, is there anything, if we somehow could prove that they have violated the agreement, and again, as I believe you pointed out that it's either the Florida Department of Health or the city that have the jurisdiction here, is that largely correct?
Yes.
Okay, and if there is a violation of the agreement here, I don't see that there's anything that we can do except tell them to fix it if we see a violation, is that correct?
Yes, and then at that point...
And Mr. Katzman, have you in fact been doing that? And have they been fixing it whenever you've brought a specific violation to them?
When there's...
Their attorneys?
Yes, when there are issues, I raise the issues with them and they respond.
County Attorney, if there is a violation, I don't see there's anything remaining other than what Mr. Katzman has been doing that we can do. Is there?
I think you're right, Senator. I think that the effective remedy is when complaints are raised to try to get them resolved, and that's what we've been doing.
Okay. To the audience, I want to just agree with what Commissioner Furr said, which is you are in a very bad situation, which the county recognizes, which is why the county has done something very unusual, which is interfere in an area that we really have no jurisdiction. And Congressman Moskowitz, I've been practicing law for 40 years. I have settled and had other people settle all of the time just to avoid litigation, even when my side felt we had done nothing wrong, or when the other side felt that they had done nothing wrong. They've settled with me just to avoid litigation. So to your earlier, well, why would they settle? Because who wants to fight the county in litigation? So I recognize that there is a problem, but you're appearing in front of the wrong forum. We don't really even have the jurisdiction to do what we did, but we did it anyhow. But the people with jurisdiction here, primary, is your city, if there's the problems you're alleging, and secondary, if you're alleging life, safety, health issues, that is the Florida Department of Health in Broward County, which is sometimes mistakenly called the Broward County Health Department, but it's not a county agency, it's a state agency. So I understand the problem, but we're not the people that can fix that. We didn't have the original jurisdiction, but we've done, because we thought that y'all were getting screwed, we did everything we could to help beyond what really was our legal jurisdiction.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll try to be brief with this, Senator, if I can. That's why, no, that's why I said I'll be brief with him. That was brief, right, Senator? First of all, it appears that Mr. Jacobs is the spokesperson for this group. Is that correct? And when I'm saying that is I'm trying to get to a single person that can talk to somebody. So, Mr. Jacobs, are you that person or not? Because my question is, are you kind of spearheading the residents here and speaking for them? Not sure. Okay. The reason why I say that is I'm going to ask staff if they would, Mr. Katzman, if he would, to go through his statement. He actually provided that to us under additional materials, right? So if there was any way that we could assist in either notifying those agencies, the Florida Department of Health, et cetera, on what the statement's made here, if we can just guide them to say, hey, please call Mr. Jacobs. He is claiming this and that. So we can at least guide him that way, guide the departments that way who can really help him. The second thing is, I think that legal representation of TBN is in the audience. Is that correct? And he shook his head yes. Mr. Lockery, I'm going to ask you, these are people, these are individuals who are hurting, and they need help. And we need to treat people with respect and with dignity. And so I'm asking you, not as a commissioner, but as an individual, to please reach out and help these folks. Do what you can. Clean up whatever needs to be cleaned up. Give them dignity as they have to move on, and just respect them as people. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
I think that our commission's got a lot of power here, and I think we're missing something. I think, excuse me, please, can you not do? If they need to come before us for land use, we are legislators for Broward County. And I think that we need to let them know what's going to make us happy and what's going to make us unhappy. And as a Broward County commissioner, I think council should know for TV, for who we're talking about, is that if I'm unhappy, I'm not going to find them as a good public entity coming before me, wanting to seek change for their land use or for anything. And so if I think that we can band together, we as a commission can band together and let them know, just as, you know, Commissioner Moskowitz picked up from that we could band together and say, listen, either you address this in a civil way, as Commissioner Fisher was talking about, or when you're before us, we're going to look at you as a party that doesn't do right by our community. And so please let that message, please let that message get to whoever it needs to get to. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members of the commission? Okay, seeing no one from the other members of the commission, the delegation request has been presented and is resolved, and the delegation issue is over. We're going to move on to the next agenda, the item. We have a time certain. We've kind of went beyond what the rules allowed in this delegation. I wanted to do a courtesy to them. We have a time certain at 11 o'clock. We're going to do that. I also see coincidentally that item number 6 has been pulled. Item number 6 is really the correction of a scrivener's error with some dollars. If we're going to go into the whole, I'm not going to relitigate this whole issue again. I, as the chair, unfortunately, will rule that those kind of comments would be out of order. Now, if the board wants to overrule me, it's the board's, but I don't want people to sit here all afternoon if they may not be able to speak. So my position is, I mean, on number 6 is really just the correction to add more dollars on a scrivener's error. So, well, the public pulled item 6 with, it's a scrivener's error, and there's 15 people signed up to speak on it. I just don't want, I'm going to rule that it's out of order if it's not on that item, and I don't want 15 people to sit here for 4 hours and then say the mayor ruled this was out of order. I'm going to tell them now. I'm happy to entertain it now. If the commission wants to overrule me and say what they're commenting is on this item, then we'll go from there, but we also have a time certain. I'm willing to do item 6 now if that's the will of the board, but I'm telling you that's how I'm going to rule as the chair of the meeting. I don't want to rule that way, but after speaking with the county attorney, I think that's what the rules require me to do. So,
I support you, Mayor. Let's go.
okay, I'm going to
Let's go
open
with
up item number 6. It was pulled by the public, but it's on consent. There are 15 speakers. And the gist of the item is there was a scrivener's error, and they're adding $50,000 more to correct that scrivener's error into the homeless task force. All they're doing is correcting a scrivener's error and adding $50,000 more into the fund because the numbers were wrong, as I see it. Okay, I'm opening agenda item number 6 up. I'm going to open this to the public. The first member of the public is Carlos Cornejo. We're moving 50,000. Carlos. No, it's item 6. No, it's item 6.
Well, but only I see.
Come to the mic. This is the item. I'm reading item number 6. It's an item to transfer and correct the scrivener's error on dollars into the homeless task force.
Somebody making translation or no? No?
What?
Okay. Okay.
They're being thankful because of the additional funds and also very concerned because they're about to be homeless.
Yo solamente les pido a ustedes que hagan leyes para personas como nosotros, porque vamos a ser los futuros homeless en este país. Nosotros trabajamos 30 y 40 años, estamos retirados. La oficina nos dice a nosotros, ustedes tienen que mover ese tráiler, dejar todo limpio y le damos $3,000. Ellos piensan que nosotros no conocemos de números. Solo mover, solo...
So you have to translate.
So again, there's gratitude because of the additional funds. They saw the agenda item and they feel okay with it, but they also want to call to attention that they're about to risk homelessness because of the situation that we know is happening. He has worked for 30 years, and that's all he wanted to say.
Okay, but, so they're in favor of the item. The item is a scrivener's error to add more dollars into this, and I understand that, but it's really out of.
They're going to be very brief, so,
I understand, but we have, I mean, why don't we do, is there anybody that's against us putting this $50,000 additional funds into this task force? Raise your hand on the 12 speakers if you're against this happening. If you're speaking.
They want to be in the record, I mean, these people are like facing hell I mean, we could just delete, you know, and they're addressing the issue of homelessness.
I'm going to rule that it's out of order. The county commission has.
I agree, Mayor.
I mean,
Yes.
The county commission has heard this, and we agree, we all know this. That's why we're trying to do everything we can. There is a tremendous portion of our community that is suffering distress on homeless issues. We've been working hard to try and address these issues. This is not the item to do it on, so I'm going to say that this is out of order, and I'll wait for the rest of the county commission.
Please let us speak.
Mayor?
Yes.
And legally, we agree that if the things that these residents would like to speak about really has to do with the situation at the park that we just discussed, that it's impertinent and it shouldn't be raised as part of this item.
But you have the discretion.
Technically, if anyone, excuse me, the item basically corrects that an amendment from a prior item was not referenced in the item. That's what the item is limited to. If anybody signed up to speak and wants to speak directly to that issue, then it would be pertinent. If they want to discuss something other than that amendment, then legally, I think you're correct, yes.
So it's not the amendment
do
that
it.
they're speaking on. I respect what they say. Everybody on this dais realizes that. I don't want to be the bad guy on this, but I want to keep the meeting running. I know we have time certains and we have.
They'll take a minute each. I mean, you have the discretion to allow this to happen, so let's.
Mr. Chair, I move that we defer this item.
Okay, is there, I mean, that's fine, we'll defer it then, if you, I mean, we can approve.
We have to take the time certains.
Right.
No.
Mayor, I think you're accurate. It's an out-of-order issue. The
Right.
TBN issue, when we have an item before us,
Right.
we have to discuss that particular item.
Correct.
You can't bring another item into that item.
So with that
So I
said,
think
is there
you're correct.
anybody on the, is there
They're very
anybody, wait,
concerned about being homeless.
no, stop. Is there any of my fellow commissioners that want to make a motion to
To override
to
the chair.
override
Please,
my
let
vote?
us-
My vote is
He's
that we
ruling.
not hear
It's a
from the
ruling, not
public
a
on
vote.
this. I'm saying that this is not germane to
It
the
won't
issue
take
of
long.
amending
I mean,
something.
It won't take long, it won't take long. It really
Is there
won't.
anybody that wants to make that motion? This is on an amendment
It won't
of a
take long to
document.
speak. It won't take long.
Okay,
Yeah, but, yeah, just let.
correct.
No, it has to do with
And that's what
homelessness.
he has ruled.
That's what I'm ruling.
They look at the agenda and they saw the issue of homelessness and they wanted to,
This issue, though, is not about that, so
No,
it's.
they don't want to speak on the previous issue. They want to speak on homelessness, which is the task force for homelessness. That's all.
With that said, so there's a motion by Senator Rich to overrule the chair to allow the public speakers for their 2 minutes. Is there a second?
Not a second. Okay, don't clap because there's no second.
Seeing,
please,
It's tough. I mean, we can,
please, Commissioner Alson.
all right, so here's the deal. I'm not going to put everybody in a bad spot on the dais because everybody cares about this issue.
Correct.
We're going to go to our time certain. We're going to break for lunch when we're supposed to. We have a time certain at 2 o'clock. I just can't get this all done, and I'm trying to give them a warning before we do that. With that said, I'm going to defer this after our 11 o'clock time certain, and we'll see where we're at. I mean, I'm trying to move it, but County Attorney.
Mayor, another option, and it may have been what Senator Geller was referring to, is this may not be time sensitive for today, because by the time you get back to this, as you noted, it may be 3 o'clock or something, so maybe we can take this item up if the board has will to do it
Does
for
this need to
another
be done
meeting.
today, the amendment to this document?
Do not believe so. It's simply a motion to note for the record.
A motion and note for the record? Okay, so I'm going to, can you make a
Folks
motion
who
to
come
table
from
this
work
to
to
the
be
future?
here.
I will move whatever the mayor just said.
Second.
Second. All right, there's a motion to table this item.
To defer it until the next meeting, basically.
People took off from work today. People have cancer that are here that want to speak on it, and it will take a minute each. I mean, literally nothing. I mean,
We've already spent.
please.
Right. I can't, I just can't do it.
Can we just make a motion to pass the item?
No, because it's got to be, they all want us to
No, I know,
pass
but
the
can't we just
item.
make a motion to pass the item?
If someone wants to speak to something pertinent, I mean, I don't think anyone here wants to speak about that item.
Right.
But we don't want to have a prior restraint on speech. We want to make sure. And if they're not here to speak about the note amendment, the Scrivener's error, then we don't have to accept the public comment and we can pass the item. But we should
So
ask them.
I want to speak about a bigger figure, a larger figure, because this has to do directly with the deal.
I
that's gonna create-
understand. I agree with you. It's just not relevant to this specific issue.
Yeah,
and the
because
way
he's
our
talking
rules
about
work.
a different figure.
I'm ruling that it's out of order. Okay. There was a motion to override that.
Let's listen.
that they can speak, but not right now.
Yes.
Sir, they're gonna let he's gonna let you speak, we're gonna let you speak, but you're just gonna have to wait, because everything's in order. They gotta do things in order. So if you just be patient, they're gonna let you speak.
It's still
but
not
you gotta go by an order. That's what this procedure.
It's still not pertinent to the item.
All right. I'm going to pull number 6 back off because we have an 11 o'clock time certain.
There was a motion, a second to table it. So do we need to take a vote?
I mean, okay, then they're going to have to come back at another meeting. I'm trying to accommodate them. All right, we're just going to defer it till later on in the meeting.
Okay. Do you need a vote for that?
No, I don't need a motion on that. I'm going to call our time certain. You could have a seat. We'll wait if we can get to you. You know, I'm still going to rule it's out of order, but we're going to try and give you a chance to do it. All right, we have an 11 o'clock time certain.
What's that?
County Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, switching gears. So, back in June, this is item number 86, where we're talking about our government center options. On June 14th, item number 72, you all directed me to investigate and evaluate some options for the development of a new Broward County Government Center and to present those options at the first commission meeting back in August, which is today. So the county has engaged consultant CBRE, one of our real estate brokerage and consulting firms in the county's library, to assist us in this extensive review of options and is prepared to present our findings today. So I would like to introduce 2 of the primary consultants on the CBR team that have been working with us, and they will also introduce their team and lead us through this discussion. So first, David Bateman is CBRE's Managing Director of Advisory and Transaction Services, and Leanne Korst, Southeast Regional Manager of Public Institutions and Education Solutions. Thank you, David.
Well, thank you, and thank you very much, Board, for this opportunity to present this morning. My name, as Monica mentioned, is David Bateman. I'm the Managing Director and Market Leader for CBRE in Fort Lauderdale. We have offices from Miami up to Palm Beach, but my office is right down the street here, so it's a joy for me to be here. CBRE, for those who don't know, is a global leader in real estate services, and we have local experts here in the audience as well to help answer and direct the conversation as we go on today. One of those experts is Leanne Korst, who you're going to be meeting in a moment and carrying on this presentation. CBRE is honored to assist in such an important discussion today, but we're not alone in doing so. There's a lot of hands that went into preparing this presentation for us today, not the least of which is your county administration that worked diligently with CBRE representatives to be able to get us to the point that we're at today. So without further ado, I want to bring up Leanne Korst, who heads up our public sector government practice for CBRE, to walk us through this very important discussion, and we look forward to it. Thank you.
Leanne's going to go ahead and run through the slides with you that we distributed as additional material.
Thank you, David. And with that, Leanne Korst, CBRE, I will go ahead and just dive straight into the presentation deck. The goal of this effort is to identify reasonable sites to locate a new Broward County Administrative Facility Government Center. And there's a lot of information to consider for suitable sites. And to date, in collaboration with county staff, we've surveyed available properties, both public and private, throughout the county, and analyzed site attributes such as acreage, buildable capacity, to make sure that the county's space requirements could be accommodated on the sites. And then we completed a conceptual cost analysis as well. So considering that information, we will center today's discussion really around decisions and discussion in that orange box on the right-hand side. And that is, what does should the county be in one location versus two locations? And should the location be downtown or in the central part of the county? Importantly, your staff previously worked to prepare a program of space needs that suggests if you're in one location, it would be about 387,000 square feet, and if you're in two locations, it would be 322,000 square feet, and another facility of a smaller size, 92,000 square feet. So to help inform our analysis, we reviewed and identified more than 30 sites around the county, and we looked, again, at both public and private. This map, I think, is incredibly important to the discussion because it shows the county's population dispersion. The lighter shading is the least densely populated areas. The darker shading is more dense, and the X in the middle marks the county's weighted population center. So we took those sites that we looked at around the county and we overlaid them with the population to help inform a short list of sites, knowing that this empirical data was going to be important really to determine a central location to serve your citizens.
That looks like District 9.
Before I go into the shortlisted properties, this next group of slides will focus on them individually. But we've reviewed each site with an architect to make sure that the square footage requirements can be met, stress tested each of the sites to make sure the square footage could be accommodated along with parking. So downtown, we have the two county-owned options there at the top, and there are, number 3 represents some non-county-owned sites that are worth additional exploration depending on today's discussion. Similarly, in the central part of the county, the first 2 are county-owned options, and the third represents non-county-owned options, again, that may be worth additional exploration. So moving downtown and site-specific, we're at the bus terminal site, which I know you all know well, and a lot of work's already been undertaken to study this site. It's a great option for a fully integrated intermodal site, and it can accommodate a government center and parking, but there are some constraints that need to be considered with this option, including federal funding and ownership, resolution, the bus terminal relocation temporarily during construction. And then the bottom part of this page, you'll see on each of the subsequent options as well. It includes how the site plan would accommodate one location, or if you do the split, the 2 locations, and how the number of stories and parking could potentially lay out, obviously within zoning allowances, et cetera. The next site is this property, and included is the annex, surface parking, and garages. And as you can see, there are a number of strengths associated with this location option. The acreage is great. It would allow for potential other mix of uses as well as the government center. And there is the ability to reuse or continue to use the western parking garage, which is obviously a cost savings because you could utilize that 1,200 spaces and only require 423 additional if you placed one location at this site. And then moving on to non-county owned options, again, we can continue to work on those potential sites as we receive more direction from you all today. Then moving to the central part of the county, we are looking here at the Government Center West, your own site. It offers a really easy transition for a new government center in the southwest corner of that site where there's vacant land. And parking would need to be adjusted during the redevelopment, but this is a fairly straightforward path with minimal parking phasing there. Similarly, this is your current EOC County complex in the central part of the county. The two squares with the yellow are the existing courthouse and library, which would remain. But similar to the last slide, the location offers really an easy path to redevelopment on the southwest side of the site for a new government center. And the same here with some non-county owned options that may be worth further exploration too. Okay, so now we're moving on to the conceptual construction cost summary. CBRE has a strategic partner, Turner and Townsend, that we have utilized to help look at the cost of a new facility. This is a summary. There are 130 line items behind the summary here. And Turner and Townsend focuses only on construction costs. They don't develop, they don't build. They are strictly an advisory firm. So we have considered a baseline LEED Silver for the new facility, and that baseline LEED Silver build range is between $512 million and $619 million. And I'm going to show you in just a minute a breakdown by site, but that's the range. If you do two locations versus one, the cost does go up to the tune of about $80 million in difference. Could be other benefits in having two locations, but just wanted to point out that the square footage goes up, so obviously the cost does as well. And then we have also shown what the additional cost might be if you wanted to do a LEED Gold or a LEED Platinum / net zero type of building. So this page provides the breakdown by shortlisted options that I went through earlier. The high and the low options are highlighted. The higher of those options is red and the lowest is green. And on the high option, it is higher because there would be a land acquisition cost if it was a non-owned county building. And the lower option takes advantage of that west parking garage that I mentioned earlier, reducing the cost of a parking structure. This is the breakdown by building. If you did two locations versus the previous page, which was one. And with that, I'm going to bring it back to the critical path decisions and next steps. As I said at the very beginning, the big question for discussion is one location or two locations, and then should it be downtown or in central Broward? And if it's two locations, would the larger square footage be downtown or would it be in the central part of the county? So based on those decisions, there's a series of next steps that would mean further refining both the sites and the analysis, finalizing a space program of requirements, determining which departments would be, if you choose two locations, which departments might be downtown versus in the central part of the county, obviously funding, and a project timeline. So with that, I'll conclude our portion of the presentation. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to just go right down and recognize everyone. I saw Commissioner Moskowitz's hand first, and I'll just go right down.
Yeah, I'm going to be brief because I'm not going to be here when you all finally get a new building. I may be retired from Congress, quite frankly, by the time you get a new building. So, yeah.
Exactly.
So, just two quick questions. Was there any reason that we didn't analyze the property that the county owns near the arena in Sunrise?
We actually, in that list of 30, we did take a look at it, but then when we looked at the population dispersion and the central part of the county, we moved a little bit further to the east with the other two counties.
Okay, so that's too far west. That was basically the determination. Okay.
Correct.
And then the next is with the cost of lead. What is it if you did no lead? Like if we didn't go for lead certification, what would that reduce the cost? And in that question, what I'm asking is, I'm looking at the cost analysis. So if it's $50 million to go lead silver, but it's only going to save the county $1 million a year, it's going to take us 50 years to recoup those dollars.
Sure.
Did we? I'm just interested in those numbers, if that makes sense, because you can do environmental things to your building without getting the certification. And so, because I know cost is a factor, so I'm just curious at that analysis.
I'm going to ask Dan on our cost consulting team to
Yeah, if you don't have
address
that today, it's okay. I mean.
Thank you, yeah. So thank you for the question, great question. The bar for lead silver is actually a fairly low bar as in terms of base build and sort of entry point into lead certification. So there's not a huge cost differential from base cost to lead silver.
Okay.
Thanks. On that same note, one of my concerns was we'd been looking at doing this as a P3, and I was kind of wondering how much added cost there had been because of that. And is this kind of scaling that back as to what the actual cost is? What we're looking at is the actual cost to build, irregardless of a P3.
So if I might, to the mayor, I wanted to just point something out. So in the previous conversations that you guys had for costs for a joint government center, that was not an all-in cost either, because there were some things that were not taken into consideration in those discussions that we have revealed through this analysis and this exercise that we've done this summer. For example, some of the temporary relocation costs and things that would need to happen.
Right.
So this is a more realistic cost estimate and approach. That being said, I would like to.
But it seems less.
It is a little bit, I think, but it wasn't an all-in. And so
Okay.
we also just can't, there are some like podium issues and things
Right.
that we would take all on our own, as opposed to that 57-43 split that we had before. So it's not a true apples to apples analysis, but I think what you have in front of you is a pretty solid estimate of where we would go. Clearly, as Leanne mentioned, today what our objective is to really get through and get some guidance from you all about what your preference is, so that
Okay.
then I can go back and really crunch the numbers and bring forward a proposal
Okay.
that's going to be a viable one.
As to the location, I think it is a mistake not to have it here. And I say that because we are in the process that we just passed doing a commuter rail that promotes regionalism, that connects Miami-Dade County with this county, and at some point with Palm Beach County. This is where, part of our reasoning and part of our fundamental ask to the federal government when we're going to be asking to help fund this is because we're connecting and we're promoting regionalism here. This is inconsistent with that. If we start to think we're going to be putting our government center in another part. A working part of it like we have right now, that's fine. That's a different thing. But where we meet, where other governments would be coming to have regional meetings, my opinion, I strongly feel this way, that it needs to be right here, that you hop right off the commuter rail, you're hopping right in and you're going right in. That's going to allow us to promote those kind of meetings on a regular basis for now and into the future. So the idea of trying to take the central part away from that does not make sense to me.
You're Rich. We're just doing a 50,000 view, but I just want to go through to everybody.
I don't disagree, but on the other hand, I have another point of view a little bit, that I think we should look at someplace in the central part of the county. We have a lot of people that live all the way west, and, everything is downtown, so, and traffic is terrible, and, we have a lot of issues. So I would not just, dismiss it out of hand to consider our current locations at, not so much where the courthouse and so forth are, but where the current Government West Center is, to be under consideration for this.
Vice Mayor?
First of all, I want to thank CBRE for the presentation and for their hard work that they have put into so far. I had asked to get this presentation earlier. I received it yesterday at 3:30. So I had not had any time, really. I was traveling yesterday to really digest it, the numbers that you have been put together. So I think the administration just said you're looking for guidance for a location only. And I think this needs to have some more depth conversations about it. So again, I'm going to go back to what the mayor said. This is probably 50,000 feet up for me. But just in general rule, I have always been a proponent for the P3 process. I think that the private sector can build it much more quicker and better. We don't have a great track record with that as government. But I'm going to go back to what Commissioner First says. I think it needs to stay downtown. I think we have expended tremendous dollars and energy and reports and to where we thought we were going to have a joint campus. So I think it behooves us to stay with that program and have it here with the transportation, et cetera, have it downtown. So if I had to give my opinion without doing the full study, I would want to keep it here and more importantly on the site that we've already been focused on, and just keep it there and keep the momentum going. Thank you.
My comments, and this is again just looking at this from 50,000 feet. I think whatever we do, it should be on county-owned land because we have enough land in the county stock that we can use it. I kind of agree with what Jared was saying, and I disagree a little bit what staff was saying. I think that where the arena is, I think with the way the road network is built, that location is just as easy to get to as Governmental Center West because it's all off the highway there. I do it all the time, and it's quick and easy. So I'm not against that if that opportunity is there. I believe that downtown should have the presence of the county seat, so to speak. We should probably meet down here. There should be a lot of what we do downtown for strategic offices that need to be downtown. But I'm not opposed to splitting it up and have a bulk of what we can be done cheaper in an area on the west part of the county. But I think for what Commissioner First said makes sense. I also think that the two pieces of land that the county owns down here are some of the most valuable land in the country right now. And I think that if we're going to build a smaller footprint on the downtown part, we should really be speaking with some of the major developers. I don't really think taxpayers should have to pay a whole lot of money for the downtown portion of a governmental center. I think most of that could get picked up by the private sector in exchange for, and I'm using this as a rude, crude example, but when we were going to do the joint governmental center, so all the spots that Fort Lauderdale was in, if we said to the private developer, now you're going to be able to lease that stuff out, they should be willing to almost take, put the land in, we put the land in, build us what we need, and make their money on it in another way so that taxpayers can get the benefit of the fact that the county happens to own some of the most expensive land in the country right now. Just from 50,000 feet thinking out. Those are my comments, and I think it kind of gives staff some idea. Spending $500 million to build a government center in this day and age does not make a lot of sense to me. What we have here is not really anything that much out of the box. It's a ton of office space, and then some things specific to government, like chambers and some higher end things that we need for data security and whatnot. But this isn't really rocket scientists on what we need. And there's ways that we can do this with the private sector, that they would do this for us in exchange for keeping the rest of the building for themselves. And I think that there's easy ways that we can work that out for the taxpayer. I say easy just because I'm not going to be the one to draft any of it. I'm sure it's probably next to impossible, but that's what I think off the top of my head. Senator Geller.
I think you'll know my view because I brought it up the last time, and at the time, a lot of you said, if we don't go where we are, we should move to the center of the county. And I just want to remind you how many of you said that, because some of you sound like you may be backtracking a little. To me, first of all, with all due respect to this area, I am tired of waiting on trains. I am tired of waiting on bridges, which I have all the time when I'm coming here, including this morning. So that's another reason I kind of think it would much prefer the center of the county. And whether that is done by the county doing it or a P3, I don't care. I'm open. Whichever we get the best deal from is the way we should do it. Let me first, just from a 10,000 foot viewpoint, as I look at the list of challenges in the downtown, on the Broward Central Bus Terminal challenges, they had to go to 4 pages to list all of the challenges there. That's a slight exaggeration, but not much. Government Center East here, there are only a couple. If you look at the Government Center West and the EOC has one challenge, and that just says temporary parking relocation during development of new facility. When I compare that to the 83 challenges, slight exaggeration, on the Broward Central Bus Terminal, it just seems simpler to do it. I'm familiar with development, and to build I think a 25-story Broward Central Bus, when you're building that high versus the same amount of feet where, again, we have how many acres at the EOC? At 16 acres where we can build, spread out if we need to, build shorter and wider if that's the cost of construction, unless you correct me, but I do this, is a lot cheaper when you're building that way. So where you're not as physically constrained as we are here, where you're building in a campus environment and shorter, it's cheaper construction. You have roughly the same prices. I don't believe that, because it goes against everything I know about development, and I know a lot about development. So I again think it would be a lot cheaper and easier to build out there. The easier is borne out by your report. For those of us who don't live east of 95, that's the bulk of the population in Broward. And a lot of us who live in the west are tired of having to go to the east all the time. I personally, and this would be a little more perhaps, would like to see 2 campuses. I would prefer to see, instead of Government Center and Government Center West, I'd prefer to see Government Center and Government Center East. I'd like to see a smaller facility. I'd like our chambers in the west, but many of us want to meet with people in downtown Fort Lauderdale. We should have that opportunity. I don't even think we have to buy our own building. If we're going to, we should be able to sign a 20, 30-year whatever lease in an existing office building for 4 or 5 stories or 6 stories, depending on the footprint, of space for offices. That would be Government Center East, where we wouldn't, if we're not going to have the chambers there, but we need office space. Office space right now is very available, and I'd like to see us lease on a long-term space in the east, the substantial amount of space, so that I think we do need a presence in Fort Lauderdale. But I'd like to see our main government center in the center of the county. I further agree with what the mayor said. if we are just leasing space, we can sell two incredibly valuable pieces of land. I don't know, but I am assuming that we should be able to get well over 100 million for each site. I mean, I'm looking right now at a piece of land for a client where the seller wants $75 million for about a little over half an acre of land. So, I mean, downtown. So I'm just saying, I know that these are a lot of acres that we're looking at between the two things. All right, maybe we'll only get 150 million for the two of them combined. But it's a lot of money that we can get instead of tying that up when we already have the free land at EOC County Complex. That's about it. I think that we should, for the many reasons I've said, I think we should move to where the center of the population is, not east of, right by US 1. And again, with all due respect, I'm tired of trains and bridges.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ryan.
Over time, we have really changed our position on where we would hope to have the governmental center. Early on, when we were in discussions, and I'm talking about going back 5 or 6 years ago, the initial discussions about a joint governmental center with Fort Lauderdale, there wasn't really, among the commissioners on the dais at that time, discussion about any other location. And as the negotiations kind of broke down with the city of Fort Lauderdale, and in my view, on some kind of like collateral issues that were really not germane to the ability of the county and the city to work together, the cost efficiencies, and the effects, the positive effects of the two existing locations, the one owned by Fort Lauderdale to the north, and of course the county one on this 3-acre parcel downtown, seem to really kind of fit together on if we moved to a central location, we were gonna, in my view, we were always gonna have Government Center West, and whether you call it central or west, and we're on the east side. Our population is concentrating more and more downtown. These are the areas where we're looking for higher density, where we're looking to get that strength of presence so that we can utilize mass transit more effectively and kind of, integrate our transportation needs in the downtown area. And I always felt that the Joint Governmental Center, which now would just be Broward County alone, was an integral part of it. Years ago, when I had some discussions with the prior county administrator, her feeling when we first started having some pushback from Fort Lauderdale was, we'll just go ahead and we'll go forward with our plans. We were initially accommodating Fort Lauderdale because they wanted to partner up with the county, and things were working out for a while. And in fact, when we made that split about operational expenses and space, and it was going to be 43% for the city and 57% for the county, everything was going well. And then I think some kind of like personal concerns got in there, and it degraded down to a question about, well, if we can't agree on this or that, how do we resolve these differences? And to me, it was simple. You don't give these decisions on all this minutia to a city commission and a county commission. You delegate those kind of issues to the county administrator and to the city manager, and most all of them would have been worked out in my view. Anyways, it didn't work out. One of the big issues we had was on financing, and Fort Lauderdale seemed to be interested in a P3, and the county made a strong argument for design build. And uniquely, the county is in a very, very strong financial position. And, you know, the cost of money in doing the construction, I think, is a huge determination. If you go design build, I mean, you've got to be factoring in, you know, a significant profit for the developer. And the developer operator, you know, the incentives are to, you know, make as much money and to have the county handle as much of the responsibilities as can be done. Otherwise, I mean, the expenses for the maintenance are just going to continue to go up and up. So I always felt that we were in a superior posture to go forward. We didn't need to do a P3. We could, but we didn't need to. So in my opinion, you can take Government West and you can expand it, because a lot of the services that might best be furnished, you know, throughout the county, and especially to persons that need to get permits and need to get approvals that don't want to go downtown. There's another way to provide those services, and I felt that Government West had been doing an adequate job there. So you know, I'm hopeful that we can stay in the numbers that we had before. I agree that there will be some cost savings if you go out west, but I don't see it that significant, because the square footage expense, not the land acquisition, but the construction and of course the maintenance, I think is going to be about the same. You know, these ideas that, well, you know, we could build a governmental center for $100 million or whatever. I mean, you saw the estimates. Nothing is even close to that. I mean, you're talking about $500 to $600 million, you know, to do an adequately sized structure in downtown, and I don't see much of a difference if you go to another location throughout the county. So I would certainly like to continue to consider what revisions we would do downtown if Fort Lauderdale no longer is, you know, a willing partner with us, and follow up on that route rather than like re-engineering the whole thing. And I just will finish with what Commissioner Furr says, that this is really like a transportation hub, and for us to try to you know, integrate commuter rail with the changes that we're making on our transportation plan, downtown is, in my view, the best option. So hopefully we're going to make a little progress, but to me it sounds like we're getting more and more divergent opinions than we had on this same issue a year ago.
Thank you. Commissioner Bogan.
You know, 6 years, Commissioner Ryan's so right. I'll start with what you said from the higher viewpoint. I think it's so sad that we've spent so many weeks, days, hours, months, years on talking about this. We made a decision. We said, let's build across the street. And our partner fell through, but now we're back to square one. It's just like, where are we going to start and spend all this? We had companies come here and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars with proposals and talking about our needs. And we're just going to throw it away and let's just start over again. The heck with those companies and all the work they did. And I agree absolutely with Commissioner Furr and Fisher, and I don't know if Mayor, you're talking about, and Ryan, but I think, you know, our seaports here, our airports here, our many businesses are located here. This is where we should be headquartered. I am sick of the trains and stuff like Commissioner Geller, but this is where, you know, everything's located here. I got a crazy question that I want to ask, and I know the answer to the question, but I'm going to just ask our administrator, why are we moving? Now I'm going to answer. Well, you know what? Let me answer the question. You could say the building's obsolete. The reason we're moving, 8 years ago, no one except for Commissioner Furr and Commissioner Ryan, 8 years ago, the big issue of why we moved the courthouse was because it was an unhealthy building. There's asbestos problems. People were getting sick. There was allegations of state attorneys in there. They have rashes. Some judges said they are getting cancer, whatever it was. It was an unhealthy building. This building was built the same years. This is an unhealthy, if this is an unhealthy building, we should be moving and renting space next year. Out of here, done. I'm just telling you my opinion. We should be out of here. If it's not unhealthy, the costs right now are so high in building, I mean, we could look at that. I'm I am for keeping it here. I'm for P3. I like using other people's money and staying downtown. If this building is unhealthy, because I'm not in here every day, you're here every day, our staff is here every day, but I know this is going to just drag on year after year after year after year. You're going to have these guys come and tell us, let's look here, look here, look here. What a waste of money and time. I just can't stand this government wasting time and money. I mean, we decided across the street, now we're going to be square one again. It just really, it bothers me to no end. So I wish we could just make a decision and stick to it, follow through with it. If Fort Lauderdale doesn't want to come back, cut half the building out that they were going to use, and let's decide and move forward. But,
Why cut half the building? Why not let the developer rent half the building and cut all our
fine,
costs out?
whatever it is, whatever it is. I just, the bureaucracy administrator, I'm not blaming you, but, to have them, you guys, nothing to you. I mean, you do a professional job. But it's like, to me, it's like starting over. What do we wasted all this time, money, and effort and sat here. I just like, my time is more valuable than starting over again and doing this again. It's just ridiculous. And things need to get done. And so I'm standing here hoping that things get done. Decisions are made. Agendas or stuff where we make a decision, or we just stay here and not talk about spending the money.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Commissioner Bogan, I want to make one clarification, and I want to make sure you, the public, and our employees know that this is not deemed or is not an unhealthy building. There's nothing that we have seen that would classify that. I want to make sure everyone knows that. So the reason we would be moving is because this building is old, it is obsolete. The cost to manage and maintain is cost inefficient. So it is time to move our facilities, our buildings. So whether it be this footprint or across the street, I just want to make sure that's clear, because I don't want anyone to come away from this or hear some comments that think that this building is unhealthy. So, and the reason that we brought this item forward is because the board has asked us to do that at the last meeting in June. So otherwise, we would also be going down the path of maintaining the work we did previously. So I just wanted to clarify those two things.
Commissioner Alston.
All right, thank you, Mayor, colleagues. So to my friend, Commissioners Bogan and Geller, I like trains and bridges. CBRE, great work. Let me just answer the question, I think. Let me just answer the question first. So I agree with the comments from, I think, Commissioners Ryan, Furr, Bogan, and others. So I do also support a primary downtown location. How do these cost estimates align with kind of internal estimates versus prior estimates that I know, because I've seen different costs over the years. So talk to me just about costs, just.
Yeah, so we aren't privy to, or we don't have a breakdown of the City of Fort Lauderdale Joint Government Center cost estimates. We've seen high level. What I can tell you is that we went through every site, Dan and his team, with 130 line items of very specific costs, really soup to nuts, to make sure that if it was a non-owned, that land acquisition, site preparation were included, relocation costs if that were required. So really from groundbreaking to you walk in the door and you turn the lights on, the cost estimates are holistic in that regard.
And clearly, so as a follow-up, it is cheaper to do this on county-owned property, is that correct?
You don't have the land basis
All right.
added in.
So at a 50,000-foot level, colleagues, I'm supportive of the downtown location primarily, okay?
All right, point of information, Geller has one question.
Yeah,
You done?
And I wanted to clarify something, if I might, at some point.
Senator Geller.
I just have one question for the administrator, which is, or maybe it's CBRE. If we build on this particular site, that we are on right now, as opposed to across the street, or as opposed to another location where maybe we could, if we move to another location, yes, we'd have the cost of land, but then we could end up selling this land. So it should be a wash. But if we decide that this particular location is where we want to do it, how do we handle the 3-year transition, 4-year, however long it takes to build, where we would need a new commission chamber and all of, it seems like the cost of that relocation would be very significant. But if you could just, if anybody can tell me physically and financially how we would do it if this is the exact site.
So if I can take that, and I also wanted to, if I can, take a moment of personal privilege. The question, Commissioner Alston, that you asked of Ms. Korst about the costs. So while they did their independent analysis, I do want to recognize some folks in our public works staff, particularly Jeff Thompson, who's in the audience, who spent an inordinate amount of time, and, you know, Kevin Kelleher, Larry Mahoney. We had a team met several times a week, all summer long, and our team obviously had those numbers, and we were helping CBRE with some of that background work that they were doing with some of those estimates. So it is a pretty good, from our perspective, there was some of that integration. So it wasn't done in a vacuum, and so they did have access to that information. Senator Geller, absolutely. Senator Geller, to your question about if we use this site that we're sitting in today. So if you looked at the amount of acreage that we've got almost 6.5 acres in the aggregate of where we sit. So there's a lot of different options for siting the building on different parcels of this entire area. So it might not be exactly in the location we're sitting today. So conceivably, we could be building on the street surface lot that we have, or the annex, and then we could be operating here and move into there. So there's a lot of different options we've got.
I would just, very briefly, I would just, as long as we can do that, that eliminates one of my concerns. I just, would hate us to be in complete chaos and have to spend a lot of money in relocation, rebuilding chambers and stuff.
Okay, so to bring this into close, I think now you're even more thoroughly confused than when we started. But some of the things that, I counted 5. So what I counted 5 for was, we want to be on county-owned property. There seemed to be 5 to be more towards the downtown of some structure. Yeah, right. I'll just close it at that. I mean, we can all count to 5, but I think Commissioner Ryan also makes a good point. If we're going to do it downtown, and Bogan made this too, the spot we already looked at, we have a lot of stuff done, but there is a way to do some creative financing now. If we don't have 45% of our tenant coming in, the private sector, we could be going to them and saying, tell us how cheap it's going to be for the county to be in here, and in exchange for you. I know there was some concern last time about other people being in the building, but to take the most expensive real estate in the area and just do half of a governmental center as opposed to what we were talking about is not going to be the best use of this property. So if we're going to build it downtown and we don't have Fort Lauderdale, we should figure out a way to make sure that the county taxpayers get the benefit of that additional spot by going up higher and using that to lease to the private sector. Just my...
So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and with that, I do feel I have sufficient direction, and we'll be going back to work, sharpening our pencils and bringing back something very solid that we can move forward.
Thank you. That closes this agenda item. That brings us up to now in order, agenda item number 6. I've ruled that they're out of order. They've waited here. By the time I listen to each speaker, it's going to take like a minute. So I'm giving these 12 speakers 1 minute each to speak on their issue on agenda item number 6. What they're speaking on is not in order for the item, but I want to accommodate them. They took off work. Please step up to the microphone. I'm going to call you one at a time, and you have 1 minute to speak. The first speaker is Carlos Brito. Now, this item is the transfer of some dollars into the fund. Carlos Brito, you have 1 minute to speak.
Good afternoon, thank you. Mr. Fisher and Mr. Bogan, I appreciate your empathy towards our situation. All we're asking is for a little compensation. Not mostly me, I'm 59 years old, I'm a former Marine. There's a lot of older people out there with cancer and stuff, that, my neighbors, that really need this. I can get by, I can live anywhere,
Thank you.
but that's all we're asking for.
Thank
Some
you.
empathy and compensation.
We're with you.
We,
Thank
we
you.
understand the real estate issue is another issue. They're within their right, within the law. It's about empathy.
Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate your time, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Carlos Comejo. Mr. Comejo, are you still here?
No, I believe he spoke before with the.
Okay, great. The next speaker is Carlos Naranjo.
Thank you again, Commission. Super quickly, the agreement between TVN and the county talks about 15% affordable moderate units, right? The county land use plan defines affordable moderate as 120% average median income. What that means is that that's somebody that is earning almost $74,000 a year and can afford to pay $2,000 a month for rent for a one-bedroom apartment. So, I mean, we're just blaming TVN for just presenting a deal that is really upside down.
Thank you.
This doesn't do anything for the low-income residents. And on top of this, based on the county land use plan, TVN could qualify for bonus density by incorporating these affordable moderate units, which provide even more windfall benefits for them in this very situation that is displacing so many. Finally, yeah, we see that there's no proper mechanism for enforcing this. We're calling to attention
Thank you.
something
This
like the
item has
landlord
nothing to do
registry.
with TBN, but I still gave you your minute like I'm giving everybody
So,
else. The
there's
next speaker is, no.
There's legislation that we could pass. The landlord registry could solve
Okay,
some of this.
this has nothing
Thank
to
you.
do with that. We're doing all that. Thank
All
you.
right.
Diane Collender.
Good morning, Commissioner. Mayor. I'm an American. I have worked and paid taxes all my life. I bought my mobile home last year in October for $25,000, which was my entire savings. I'm facing being evicted without any compensation and without any housing due to the billion-dollar Christian network, TBN, and their developers. They have been causing inhuman conditions and demolitions in our community. The fact is also that Dade County is providing free housing for the homeless, and they're also developing low-income housing for residents. Broward County is not providing any housing for us whatsoever. Therefore, I will be homeless. The laws must be changed to protect us, to give us what we deserve to have. Thank you very much.
Thank you for speaking. Elizabeth. I don't have a last name, it just says Elizabeth. Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi, I've got two last names, I don't know what it is.
Okay, Elizabeth is fine.
I'm gonna be brief, I'm not talking about TBN, we all know that situation. I'm asking for housing vouchers, emergency housing vouchers for us, or some kind of access to the low-income housing that's around. Most of us are on disability or social security, we make less than low income. I've looked at different developments, and I'm at least 20,000 under because I'm on disability. So we're really looking at homelessness. We're gonna have to move away from our family, our friends. We have to leave Broward. It's too expensive.
Mayor.
So we're asking for help.
Thank you. I know our
Okay.
Family Success Division and our group
They
there.
won't help you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Mayor, can I just
Yeah.
say one thing? Monica, all the people that we help the homeless across the street, how come we can't have our services help people here?
So I'm going to ask Ms. Campbell to address this. We have been engaged for quite some time.
Yeah, so the family sufficiency centers are available to provide support to the residents of Lakeside, and also our Homeless Initiative Partnership under Dr. McGuire.
Who are they supposed to contact? If they're here right now, who do they contact?
Yeah, so Tara Williams, the Director of Human Services, is available to speak with them right now, so she'll come back down. She left.
So if they wait here, you'll have somebody to meet
Correct.
with them? Okay, you guys.
Thank you.
got
She's
somebody-
on her way down.
Okay,
Felipe
good.
Ayala. Thank you, Commissioner. Felipe Ayala.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Felipe Ayala. Soy propietario del lote 238 ahí en la Spice, en el parque. En el 2019, cuando yo entré ahí a...
So you got to translate.
So my name is Felipe. I'm in Unit 239. In 2019, I came to the park.
Sí. Pedí una autorización para remodelar mi local porque estaba muy deteriorado y
He's one of those cases that he was asking for authorization to invest life savings into improving his property.
ellos me autorizaron, ellos mismos me dieron este papel donde me autorizaron a yo ampliarme y a remodelar mi...
So he's referring to, there are many residents that came to the office investing their life savings to improve their property, and at no point, none of this issue of like the redevelopment or changing the place or having people removed was mentioned. So, I mean, this also happens. And
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fernando Acuna. Is Fernando Acuna here? Okay. Our next speaker, Fernando Acuna twice. Gonzalo Burgos. What time is it? It's 12:30. Let me get a motion to extend the meeting for 15 minutes till 12:45. Gonzalo Burgos. No? Our next speaker is Lori Laney. Okay, she's not here. Our next speaker is Marta Ilba. I'm sorry if I mispronounced it.
No, it's Marta Silva.
Okay.
Good afternoon, all of you. My point of view is, I have this, there is a email that TBN sent to us that they have an agreement with you, with the Commission of the Broward County, about us, but we were not invited to this meeting. We even know, if they don't send this email, we even know about that, what happened to us. That we should vacate our park by December 15. It is not fair. If we are speaking about us, you should invite us to this meeting. Or let us know, you are representing us. I think this is an under-table agreement. If we are not a part of the agreement. That's what I want to say.
Thank you. Just for the record, we don't represent any individual homeowners, and everything was adjudicated with this agreement through the county attorney's office at the direction of the county commission. It was always done above board, and anyone can opt out of it. Our next speaker is Mary Ann McNamara.
Hello, my name is Mary McNamara. So, when you have a group like TBN who mutilated my cell phone, they destroyed my SIM card, Verizon had to do a special investigation on it. This is causing my homelessness during an eviction process that was illegal. I was not given representation. I was told I had a lawyer. 4 days before the mediation, I asked my lawyer, are we going to do this in your office? He said, I'm not your lawyer. I don't have money for that. Even though I'm 60 and HUD has given extra money, all of a sudden I find out I don't have a lawyer. I've been attacked through AI. I've been followed. I've had 2 attempts on my life. What do you guys think you're responsible for? I have no police reports. HUD wants me to take further action. I would rather talk to BSO and get those police reports.
Thank you.
What causes homelessness? Lack of interest? Lack of giving 2 minutes for people to speak? Lack of what?
Thank
Money?
you. Our next speaker is Nancy Sanderson, and just for the record, Tara's here, right? So she's raising her hand. She's the person that you should speak to at the break. She can hopefully guide you through. So Nancy's not here. That's gotten us through all the public speakers that have signed up to sign in this item. What's your name? Oh, Norma Rodriguez. It says for questions only. Okay, Norma, you're recognized for a minute.
I'll show you my little yellow paper.
I believe you. You're here. I see you. Go ahead. You can speak.
Well, I guess you all know I'm Norma Rodriguez. I moved here on March 10th. I'm a U.S. vet, decorated, honorable discharge. I moved here because I needed to have surgery before I went on the road. When I moved into TBN, I moved here March 10th, I gave them a check. I have paperwork that I paid for a whole year till March 14th of 2023. Now, you all approved that I have to leave by December the 30th. I've asked them twice. If you want me to leave by December 30th, I want the money for January, February, and March that they owe me. You can keep September, October, November, but I don't feel I have to wait till I leave to get January, February, or March. Now, I'm more than glad if you could find me an attorney. I would pay them to give me the services I need. Don't misunderstand me. This is not a threat. But I have to remind you, this is a voting year. And if you were in our shoes, who would you vote for?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sandra Gonzalez. Sandra Gonzalez is here. Okay. Understand. So we've gone through the speakers on agenda item number 6. Commissioner Moskowitz.
Yeah, so since we're not on that item, but we're on the cost of homelessness, it should just be noted, right, that this is now going to cost the county money, right? If these folks wind up into county programs as a result of TBN, it's going to cost the county money. So when that applicant eventually comes in front of you, sometime in the future, they have cost us money, right? And so I think that's all needs to be part of the equation. You know, yes, there's a statute. TBN's clearly complying with the statute under the settlement agreement, which, by the way, you guys don't have to be a part of. And there's a lot of confusion on what that is. That's merely an offer. You don't have to take it. We didn't force you into anything. You can say, thanks, county, for trying to do that. We're not interested. That was the best that we could get at that time. But TBN's costing us money now. So when we say we have no jurisdiction, legally, we might not have any jurisdiction. But economically, it's now costing us money. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Bogan.
Look, is there a way that county attorney's office can put some pressure on legal aid to help these people? I mean, look, we fund legal aid. I said it before, and legal aid needs to stand up and help these people. They need a lawyer. They need legal help, and I just horrible. You know, they need a lawyer, and
yeah. Wait. Stop.
Okay. Drew.
Okay.
Can you guys keep it down for a second? Go ahead.
But we will contact them again today.
Thank you.
We'll contact them.
So who should legal aid contact so they can, represent them?
Yeah, we'll mention what the issue is. We've heard everything here today. We will reach out to them. As you know, the county does provide some funds for legal aid, and we'll mention this to them and stress the situation, and legal aid will act as it acts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Drew, I'm also going to ask you, as one member of the commission, please take the minutes of this meeting and the video. I'd like you to send a letter to the state attorney's office and the U.S. attorney's office. See if there's been any crimes violated, as been alleged up here. Just send it over to them so that they can take a review at it. We don't have the jurisdiction for that, but I've heard things here with stalking and whatever. Please send that over if there's something for them to investigate. No. Okay. All right. I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna
make a motion on the item.
Okay, Commissioner Moskowitz has moved agenda item number 6. Is there a second? Second by Vice Mayor Fisher. All in favor of agenda item number 6, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? Please show that passes 9-0. That brings us. Thank you, and thank you for being here. Thank you for taking the time, and I'm glad we were able to accommodate you. No applause. Agenda item number 30 was pulled by Senator Geller.
Thank you. I was just going to ask if this be postponed for one meeting. When the county briefed us on what 30 and 31 did, there were a lot of things that were missed. I've got amendments on those. I'd like an
Senator Geller has made a motion.
opportunity to meet with
Move 30
the
and
staff
31 to
on
the
that.
next meeting. I have a motion and a second by Commissioner Moskowitz to move agenda items number 30 and 31 to the September 8th meeting. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Please show that that passes unanimously. That brings us to the public hearing items. Agenda item number 73. Reading clerk.
Item 73 is a motion to adopt resolution to release a variable with water and sewer easement recorded in Official Records Book 20005, page 204, and located in the city of Hollywood. No member of the public has signed up to speak on this item.
Move it.
I have no members of the public. Item 73 has been moved by Vice Mayor Fisher. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Furr. All in favor of item 73, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Please show that item number
With the amendment?
73,
With the amendment?
it was moved as amendment for the Monday night memo, or the
Scrivener's errors.
Pardon me, thank you.
agenda item number 74. Madam Reading Clerk.
Item 74 is a motion to adopt resolution granting a renewal of a non-exclusive franchise to Eller ITO Stevedoring Company LLC for a 10-year term to provide stevedore services at Port Everglades. No member of the public has signed up to speak on this item.
I have a motion by Senator Geller. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Furr. All in favor on item number 74, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Please show that item 74 passes unanimously. Agenda item number 75. Reading Clerk.
Item 75 is a motion to adopt resolution granting a renewal of a non-exclusive franchise to Cemex Construction Materials Florida LLC for a 10-year term to provide stevedore services at Port Everglades. No member of the public has signed up to speak on this item.
Okay, no one from the public on 75. I have it moved by Senator Geller, second by Commissioner Alston on item number 75. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Please show that that passes 9-0. Agenda item number 76. Madam Reading Clerk.
Item 76 is a motion to adopt resolution granting a renewal of a non-exclusive franchise to Cemex Construction Materials LLC for a 10-year term to provide cargo handler services at Port Everglades. No member of the public has signed up to speak on this item.
I'm moving that back to the commission. I have a motion by Commissioner Bogan, second by Senator Geller. All in favor on item number 76 signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Please show that item number 76 passes 9-0. Agenda item number 77.
Item 77 is a motion to enact ordinance pertaining to the prohibition of conversion therapy on minors, repealing sections 16.5.166 through 16.5.169 of the County Code of Ordinances. One member of the public has signed up to speak on this item. Michael Rayner.
Michael Rayner, please step forward on item number 77.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Michael Rayner, Chair of the Broward County Human Rights Board. On this item, we understand the need for the repeal of this ordinance, given the appellate court ruling which struck this down. We still, at the same time, I do want to, I'll speak to item, I think it's 89, just quickly. I'm supporting the resolution that is there, which still condemns this practice as harmful to the practice of conversion therapy on minors as harmful. You know, one of the things that I really just want to highlight right at this time is the Department of Health, the Governor DeSantis and actually the Surgeon General have launched into an effort against transgender youth. And through that, they've enacted a rulemaking process through ACA and also now through the Board of Medicine, where standards of care and other are going to be now rewritten. One of the things that they're attacking in transgender youth especially is there is concern that there are going to be efforts of conversion therapy through what may be done through the standards of care through the Board of Medicine, which is actually not the correct board to be handling that. But when it addresses social transitioning, some of the concerns are that trans youth would maybe have to conform with a forced haircut and maybe must conform with dressing a certain way. Some very extreme measures. And we're seeing that from the state, and this still remains a big concern here. The one thing that is a little comforting is when we look at the practice of conversion therapy as it's been done in other states, is there are still other legal methods possibly, such as deceptive practices and others, maybe to do other legal actions where we're finding that conversion therapy might be happening. We do know that lesbian, gay, and bisexual youth right now suffer 8 times higher of a suicide rate than their peers. We don't have much data on transgender youth, mainly because that is still an emerging area in getting data collection. But it's a really serious concern amongst our youth, and we see it now already with the culture coming from the governor with Don't Say Gay laws and others. We're in really frightening times right now for LGBTQ youth. So thank you.
I think we're going to be able to get through it real quick. So we're on Commissioner Senator Rich. Oh, wait, I had a question.
Yeah.
Mayor Owen?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right, so let's extend for another 5 minutes to 12:50, and then we need to
Okay,
break.
Fine.
Okay.
Okay, so I mean, this is very unfortunate. I think you all will recall when we passed this. It pains me that we have to be going backward because of, what has happened, but we really don't have a choice at this point as a result of the ruling. Unfortunately, a lot of young people are going to be at risk of psychological abuse caused by conversion therapy. That people obviously decide they wanted to rewrite science and all the research that's been done on this. But some of you may know Rand Hawk. He's the former judge. He's head of the Palm Beach Human Rights Council, and he's been the leader in this state on getting so many counties and municipalities to pass this. So when he asks you and suggests that this is the only thing you can do to prevent this from going to the United States Supreme Court, which we certainly would not want to have happened at this point with this court. So I will make a motion to repeal this, and I will again want to just speak on the resolution, because I think it's important for us to at least have some kind of a statement out there on this. And do you want me to just finish up on the both of them?
Sure.
Okay. So I just wanted to just read to you what Justin Flippen, who unfortunately is no longer with us, as mayor at the time of Wilton Manors, his statement on conversion therapy on January 9th, 2018, when we passed this. Good afternoon, Mayor Furr, Vice Mayor Bogan, and Commissioners. I am Justin Flippen, the Vice Mayor of the City of Wilton Manors and also a survivor of so-called conversion or reparative therapy. As a young adult, I went through a program here in Broward County that incorrectly believed that being gay was simply a choice and that counseling and therapy could reprogram me to be heterosexual. This practice brings those who go through it not the affirmation and support they should be given by the licensed professionals. Instead, it subjects the individuals, often kids and teenagers, with self-doubt, greater issues of personal identity and development, some leading to homelessness or even suicide, as you've just heard. I cannot imagine allowing younger minds to be subjected to this, and I suspect you feel the same. That is why, working with SAVE and Equality Florida, Wilton Manors became Broward's first city to pass an ordinance banning conversion therapy, standing with professionals and science to adopt a law to protect our children. And he goes on to respectfully request our support of the adoption of the ban on conversion therapy. You'll be making sure that all children, including gay and transgender kids, have a chance to grow up to be the healthy adults without the fear of being subjected to fraudulent medical practices. You'll be sending a clear message to LGBTQ youth that in Broward, you're valued, wanted, and protected. Thank you for your leadership on this issue. So
Thank you.
my statement about urging us to pass the resolution after we repeal this.
Thank you. So Senator Rich made a motion to approve item number 77. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ryan. Commissioner Bogan, do you have a comment?
I did. I didn't know, is this for 89 or 77?
89 would be a little better.
Okay.
Okay, so I have no comment.
Okay, so let's do a vote on Commissioner Alston.
Thank you, Mayor. So my question, and is actually on 77 first, and then I'll go to 89. And we had the conversation already to the county attorney, so just for my colleagues. So, Mr. Attorney, your recommendation is to approve item 77, and why is that?
Yes, we think it's prudent legally, given a recent court ruling by the 11th Circuit.
Okay. And so based on that, before we get to 89, is there, you mind if I jump to 89 just?
Well,
some
before we do that,
or should I wait?
can we vote on 77?
Sure, yes.
Let's, all in favor of approving item number 77 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Please show that passes 8-0 with Commissioner Moskowitz out of the room. Now we're at agenda item 89. Agenda item,
Oh,
are
I
you
thought
still have the
saying-
floor?
yeah, I think Jared was saying, yep. All right, so yes, thank you, Mayor. So on 89, Mr. Attorney, is there any legal exposure? And I kind of asked the question before because I've heard kind of differing thoughts on this. So regardless of the content, because there's no issue with me on the content, but just legal exposure for this county and the board.
No, sir. In my opinion, there is no legal exposure.
Okay. And then have other similar county governments also passed or repealed a similar 77 and passed a similar 89?
I know they were repealing 77. I don't know the status of 89, but it's my understanding that others were intending to do that.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, yes, there are, Commissioner
wait,
Alston.
Hold on,
wait.
Mr. Mayor, move that we extend until the completion of item 89.
Okay.
Second, all in favor of
good,
Aye.
done.
There are municipalities and counties that have already done that. Palm Beach County, I believe, and Boca Raton, and others have already done it. And as I said, Judge Hock is urging everyone just to have, make sure to have a statement, you know, that the fact that we have to repeal this is bad enough, but not having anything said about it is, you know, not good.
I had Commissioner Bogan. Oh, you were done?
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes,
I'm sorry, Commissioner Bogan.
Thank you, Mayor. I support the resolution. In fact, I'd like to go one step further. County Attorney, I understand that the recent federal court rulings required us to pass item 77, but I'd like to know what we can do to regulate conversion therapy in Broward County. Unless 6 of my colleagues disagree, I'd like to ask the county attorney to research the law and determine what we can do to draft a permissible ordinance or bring back his guidance on what we can permissibly regulate in this area. Is that acceptable?
Senator Geller.
That was scripted.
Right, before I have any opinion on that, can I ask county attorney whether that, just doing that subjects us to nothing, correct?
We're fine by you giving us direction to analyze it, yes, sir.
That's all I wanted to hear.
All right, so agenda item number 89, can I have, does anybody want? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought that was your question, Senator Geller.
And so, because I'm a belt and suspenders guy, or actually really just suspenders, but I would just like county attorney, your, in reference to item 89, it is your legal opinion and that doing that violates no laws and that we are acting, the commission now, relying on advice of counsel that this is not violating any law passing 89.
And it saddens me that to have to even answer that question because this is a legislative body, but I understand why the question is asked, and that is indeed my opinion.
Thank you, sir. I'm done, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, am I amending 89 to support it?
No.
And
So
that's-
is there a motion? I have a motion by Senator Rich and a second by Commissioner Moskowitz on 89. All in favor on item number 89? No, his is just, no one, he doesn't need to do a motion.
Separate motion to direct.
No,
No,
it
he
wasn't a
can direct.
motion, it wasn't a motion to direct. 6 people didn't object, so he's good. I have a motion, I have a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Please show that that passes 9-0. Let's just do the last public hearing, item number 7. Okay. Item number 78. Madam Reading Clerk.
Our final public hearing item is item 78, which is a motion to enact ordinance pertaining to the Broward County Local Provider Participation Fund Ordinance amending sections 16129, 16132, and 16137 of the County Code of Ordinances relating to annual proceedings and indemnity requirements for the imposition of a non-ad valorem special assessment on certain real property owned or leased by private hospitals of Broward County. No member of the public has signed up to speak on this item.
Move it.
Wait. Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Bogan. I know what you're going to say, so wait one second. No, there's no speakers.
That's what you're doing. I was gonna do it too.
I have a motion by Bogan, I have a second by Geller. Drew's got his hands up.
I just want to make sure that the motion by Commissioner Bogan as
want me to do
seconded
the
is
airport
the
things?
ordinance
Yes.
as amended by the additional material.
Of course, it was move as amended, of course.
I have a motion by Bogan, second by Geller. All in favor on item number 79, please signify by saying
Saying
aye.
aye. I was on it.
Oh, 78, I'm sorry. Signify by saying aye. Aye. All right.
Go to item 80 and 83.
All right, wait,
Mayor.
so that passes unanimously, 9-0. Now, because the county administrator was jumping out of her seat, I want to just ask, 80 and 83 are two airport motions that would have been on consent, but for them not. So we're going to do 80 and 80.
Are you serious? We're going to do more?
Item number 80 is a motion to approve the Federal Aviation Administration Grant Agreement for Airport Improvement Program Project Number ending in 2022 in the amount of $900,000 for the taxiway.
Move it.
I have
Move
a
it.
motion by Geller, second by Commissioner Bogan. All in favor on item number 80 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Please show that that passes 9-0. Agenda item number 83, that's a motion to approve an agreement between Broward County and Mead and Hunt, Inc. for consultant services and air services, for air service
Move the
requests.
amended.
Move it.
The amended motion statement.
Move it.
I have a motion by,
Mayor, I apologize.
Second,
And
third.
it's two agreements as a part.
two
we also
agreements.
spoke.
Okay, so
Move
I was
both
going to
of
read
them.
that, but they jumped in so quick.
Move both agreements.
The second part is the agreement between Broward and Merchant Aviation LLC for consultant service. I have a motion by Fisher, second by Bogan on agenda item number 83, A and B. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Please show that that passes unanimously. That brings us to the conclusion of our morning portion. We have to be back here at 2 o'clock for a time certain. So let's try and get here at 2:05. That means maybe we'll be here by 2:10. I know you guys. I will say, we don't have much more left, but
Yes.
Commissioner Furr said he had to leave early.
gotta get to Tampa.
He's got to leave early, and I have a canvassing board. I got to be out here by 3:45. So, but we should be good, but I'm happy to party with you guys for as long as you want. See you 5 minutes to 2. We are back. We are back. Okay, we are now on agenda item number 91. Oh, 91 is our time certain at 2 o'clock. So we're going to do number 91 first, and we're going to open this up. This is the matter that was put on by Tim Ryan. Follow him at Twitter at Tim Ryan. Throw that plug in there. I'll probably get cited by the county attorney, but Tim, you have the floor on agenda item number 91.
Well, thank you, Mayor. We've discussed this item. I think it's been 3 or 4 times. I've taken all of your input, so without opposition, I move the item.
Commissioner Ryan, okay, wait.
No seconds.
No. Commissioner Ryan, wait. So I'm glad that you did it like that. He's moved the item. Someone make a second so we get it on the floor.
I'll second it first.
Second by Commissioner Furr. I'm going to go to the county attorney for a second. So we've spoke about this before. Commissioner Ryan brought this back with 4 substantive changes. Do you want to go through what those changes are, and then we can have a vigorous debate, we'll open to the public, and then we'll go from there. So I'm going to turn this over to the county attorney, and that's not on script, so that's why he's like, then I'm going to go to the public.
Thank you, Mayor, unless, Commissioner Ryan.
Yeah, in seriousness, I mean, but I think the history on this is really kind of a reflection of Florida politics. And it was back in the early 1970s that Ruben Askew, with one of the many proposed changes that he put into the Florida Constitution, was, open records and the Sunshine Law. And the Sunshine Law is alive and well here in Broward County. And the clearest example of it is that for a year and a half, I have brought 3 times before this county commission a proposal on a countywide elected mayor, not a strong county form of government, strong county mayor form of government, but one that retains the authority and the powers of the county administrator, and has a countywide elected mayor that essentially becomes a spokesperson for the policies of Broward County. If you look at other major counties throughout the state of Florida, you could look at Orange County, you can look at Hillsborough County, Duval County. There is a mayor there that is the spokesperson for the principles and the advocacy of that county. And it works well with requests for funding from Tallahassee and from Washington. And that single voice really, and that level of continuity for a period of years is very, very important to the success of Broward County. And of course, I have advocated and actually did an op-ed piece that was in the paper yesterday that spoke about, the changes that have occurred in this county in really the last 20 years since this last came up. And with changes in our population and our workforce base, and the businesses that are now emerging and coming to Broward County, and you see so much of it from the advocacy and the success of the Greater Fort Lauderdale Alliance, is the ability to move quickly, attract business, and provide the incentives to keep business here in Broward County. So there's no proposal that is perfect. And we could go back and say, I want to fix this, I want to fix that, let's do this one more time and this and that. Well, folks, there's one more opportunity for this election cycle, and it's now. If you want to put this on the ballot, let the voters decide whether or not a countywide elected mayor is going to be a benefit for this county. I really don't see the downside. If you have a very effective countywide elected mayor, she or he will be an effective spokesperson for us, as I said, internationally and certainly with our elected partners in Washington and Tallahassee. And if not, I don't really see the less of it, because you continue to have the policy-making authority rest in the county commission, going from 9 commissioners to 10 commissioners simply means that you have to have 6 affirmative votes, to get things passed. And in my view, something that fails on a 5-5 vote probably wasn't worth passing anyway. So I actually firmly believe that the revisions that we are submitting now are very constructive. They have come with a lot of input from the members. And of course, we cannot speak off the dais, so we haven't been discussing these policy initiatives, but I have carefully listened to what your concerns are, and we have made 3 or 4 major revisions in this last draft. And with that, I'm going to defer to the county attorney if you would explain in some level of detail what the 4 proposed revisions are on this resolution for a referendum election to have a countywide elected mayor, a change in the charter.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mayor. So the one thing I want to point out that hasn't changed, and this is a very important point, is it still takes 6 votes today to put this on. So the things that have changed, and I'm going to cover them very generally, we have Joe Gironi, and Renee is also there, and they obviously were very active in this, and I may turn some questions if we get into details, especially over to Joe. But there were 4 principal changes from the last draft. The first one is that it now provides for the position of mayor, not the county commission positions, but the position of mayor, to be nonpartisan. And if during the primary election, the top candidate doesn't get 50% plus 1, it would go to a runoff in November. Now, you'll remember 3 months ago, approximately, when this was being considered by the board, some members of our board mentioned this. I see Mitchell Berger back there and some other folks also mentioned it, and we gave the opinion that we can't make it nonpartisan and we can't have a runoff because it would be inconsistent with the laws of Florida. That remains our opinion. But what this provides is that in order for this to be effective, it would require legislation, whether general law that changes it for all counties or some sort of special law enacted prior to, I think it's August 1st of 2023, to permit this methodology for an election. Okay, so that's the first change, nonpartisan with a runoff. Number 2, we used to have what we were calling restrictions on outside employment, but honestly, they were more akin to a ban on compensated outside employment. That is now gone. So at this point, the only restrictions on outside employment are the same ones that are applicable to county commissioners. The third one is that because outside employment is now doable and it kind of changes the economic equation a bit, the proposal reduces the salary to be the same as the sheriff, which is the highest of the 4 independent constitutional officers, which I think is a hair below $190,000 a year, indexed much as the sheriff's salary would be indexed. And then finally, there were some provisions in there having to do with the lapsing of the office if there were a vacancy. I think we explained last time why they were in there. Those provisions have been removed from this draft, partially in recognition of the fact that we would need to have legislation passed that might impact that, but also in full recognition of the fact that there are very strong powers in this charter amendment. For this board, if we were to have a mayor elected for 4 years and for whatever reason things were not working out and debate were being stymied or people were having trouble getting items on the agenda or the mayor were monopolizing meetings, this board would still have virtually full authority to countermand the mayor's directions and anything short of pulling the gavel from the mayor to make sure that things run smoothly and that the people's business gets accomplished. So those are the 4 primary changes. We're happy to address any questions. And again, you do need to get to 6 on whatever proposal. And today's about it. The Supervisor of Elections accommodated us through today. Thank you.
I'm going to do just questions. No, we don't have to do the comments yet. I'm going to go to the public right after we do our questions.
No, this is just a question on what the county attorney just asked. In reference to the vacancy issue, which I think is what you had mentioned last, not that such a thing would ever occur, but if, for example, a governor were to remove a county elected mayor, would the governor, under the latest language, have the ability to appoint a vacancy, or is there, originally, there'd been some anti-lapse or lapse language. Can you just tell me what the latest version is?
Yes, Mr. Girardi,
Senator Geller, the answer is a yes, but. So the governor would still be able to put someone in that position, but the but is that the board would have the authority to transfer the mayoral power, as it currently stands, that power to someone else on the commission.
But the governor could remove and appoint.
The governor could remove and appoint, nevertheless, that sort of power that the mayor wields, chair of the meeting, et cetera, could be transferred to a different commissioner. So it would essentially be the same as the governor appointing another commissioner, the same as he currently does now.
Okay, thank you.
I have Commissioner Alston for a question, and then Commissioner Bogan for a question. We're all going to get a chance to opine on this. There's just questions on what changed. You did very well. You're very brief. You did very well. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to follow your lead here because I had a series of questions, issues, comments, so I'll pause.
Just your questions,
Okay.
where your issues and comments, we're coming back
So
later.
just to this issue, so let's play this out. A governor, I want to continue down your path here. A governor replaces a mayor in this scenario. The commission, at that point, when the person, he or she, is placed in that position, can still keep the powers of that role to the commission and it not go back to that mayor? Is that correct?
If they
Or, so let me finish my thought, or, once that appointment is done, automatically those powers go back to that individual.
So once the appointment is done, the individual appointed would have the mayoral authority, chair of the meeting, et cetera. The commission would have the option at that point, if it wanted to transfer those authorities and powers to someone else on the commission.
All right, say that one more time. I want to follow your logic.
and Joe, if you could point out the language also.
Sure.
It'd be helpful, 'cause
And
the-
I'm ready, so I can go point by point with questions, but I'll wait. But just go ahead.
So the language specifically is found on page 7, lines 136 through
Yep.
142.
I'm there.
Where it states that the duty, if for any reason the duties of mayor are being performed by anyone not elected to the position,
Yep.
that would include an appointed individual. The Board of County Commissioners may, by majority vote, transfer the office's powers and duties to any member of the county commission. And during such period, such commissioner's service shall be treated as continuous service as a commissioner, et cetera.
So I want to play out this scenario. There could be a scenario where if this passes as is, where there is a appointee of a governor, whomever the governor is, he or she is, and the commission, the county commission at that point, could make a decision on the powers of that role. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions right now? Tori?
Oh, I have a list. Is it my turn? Am I starting?
No, we're doing questions first. So if you're done with your questions,
No, I have a list of, well, I do have questions, concerns, but I can go point by point. Would you like me
we're going to do
start?
the issues and concerns. I want to go to, just
All right.
if you have a specific question for the
Well,
county attorney.
Yeah, so, all right, so I'm up first. Okay, yes, I'm happy to do it, sure.
Just your
All right.
questions. We're not going through to debate it yet because I want to hear from the public.
Well, let me go through, because there's
Okay.
some that are for the attorney, some that are for you, Commissioner Ryan, and then, of course, just kind of debate. So I think, Mr. Attorney, you started the conversation, so I'm going to look at lines 44 to 46, and I'm focused on just the composition as is of this recommendation of 10 members of a commission. So how many county governments have an even number of county commissioners? That's kind of the first part. And then I'll save my question for Commissioner Ryan in terms of another aspect of this.
I don't know how many. I remember living through us having an even number for different reasons a couple of times, and but I don't know how many have an even number.
All right, let me ask a different question. So outside of there being a removal appointment in terms of the actual composition of the county commission, are we aware of other county governments that have an even number of county commissioners?
No,
That's the
sir.
question.
I'm not aware of any.
All right. Thank you for that. Let me go to line 108, where the term is used consecutive four-year terms. So in this scenario as presented, if a mayor is selected today, that individual could serve 2 four-year terms now, and then 2 four-year terms 20 years from now. Is that correct?
Yes, it would be under this 2 consecutive four-year terms, so if there were a 2 or 4 year absence, then yes.
So going back to, and I think you mentioned the Miami-Dade and the Orange County model that has a single-member commission plus a county mayor, both that use the nonpartisan scenario, do they have that similar concept?
I don't know. I know that I'm going to ask Joe if he knows that. We don't know. I mean, the Miami-Dade model is different, I know, in terms of the powers of the mayor, obviously.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
as a
but
follow-up.
I don't know in terms of term limits. No.
Got it. So I'm not focused on the powers of the mayor. I'm still focused on the position. So that's, I don't know if you have a thought?
I am unaware, though we will certainly look that up right now.
Okay. So, Mr. Attorney, if I go down to lines 200 through lines 229, again, this is as is the language that would be presented to the voters. So based on this current proposal, does this protect single-member districts as they are?
Yes, this does not impact the composition of the county commission districts. This is adding a 10th position that is elected at large.
And again, I'm doing this because I'm sure that there are many folks who are listening to this conversation and debate. Does this preserve the 2021 redistricting process for the county commission?
Yes, does not change redistricting.
Does this maintain the current form of government? And again, I think I heard someone else use that term, that preserves the county administrator.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any prohibition, based on your answer to those 4 questions later, if we needed to make some changes on what language the voter sees, that information would be presented to the voters?
I apologize, I don't follow it. You're saying, is there anything we're doing here that would somehow prevent us if we wanted to change our form of a governance, single-member district, something to do with the administrator or something of that nature? You're asking if this impacts that?
I'm saying the opposite. So the language where the voter would know that this protects single-member districts, that this preserves the redistricting process that the county just went through, and/or that this preserves the role of county administrator and not being a strong mayor concept. Again, I have a series of issues. I just want to know the answer to that.
No, you're correct. And, you know, as you know, we're limited to 75 words in this, and we've only used, I think, 66. But it does not convey those notions. It says they'll have the powers and duties stated in the charter. And if you read the actual reso, it says that, but the ballot question doesn't say that, correct?
All right. So I think we may have some work to do on that if we get there. So let me go back up to lines 157 to 164. Again, I specifically want to focus on the duties of the county administrator versus the way this mayor is presented. Are the duties of the county administrator reduced in any way based on this proposal?
I don't believe there's any reduction or impact to the county administrator's duties at all.
Okay. All right, those are my legal questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I just wanted to give you an answer with respect to the term limit question. We looked up the Dade County charter, and the term limit is essentially identical to consecutive 4-year terms.
All right, if I could do a follow-up, Mayor?
Certainly.
Thank you. And again, I apologize. Normally, I'm not this long-winded.
Take as much time as you need. It's a very
all right.
important issue.
So my apologies also to Commissioner Furr, who I know has a time limit. So, all right, Miami-Dade versus Orange concept. And then I think there was a reference, at least in our one-on-one, but I'll just kind of reference it here. Duval also has a framework with a single-member commission, right, with a mayor. Flagler, Columbia, and Leon. So based on those also scenarios, how would this proposal differ, or how are they similar? Have you looked at other county governments and their mayoral structure?
Yes.
This may come to Commissioner Ryan, but I'm just proposing it to legal.
Yes. So the Miami-Dade model is what we'd call like an executive mayor model, where the mayor performs an executive role, doesn't sit on the commission. Whereas you have a county like Volusia County, I believe it is, has a mayor, which is essentially pretty similar to what Commissioner Ryan is proposing, where it's an at-large elected, I believe it's called the chair, but it's essentially the same. And it sits on the county commission. It's a county manager form of government like what we have. Orange County is kind of a hybrid model where you have a mayor sitting on the commission that also has executive functions.
Thank you, Mayor, for the questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Austin. I have Commissioner Bogan. For questions,
Legal question.
and then I'm going to go to the public when we're done with questions.
With respect to line 136, where someone who is not elected performing the mayor duties, you're saying you can take those duties away. Let me first start with, I've got so many concerns, but the biggest concern is an elected mayor who this body can't stand. Let's just say we realize this elected mayor, do we have any, under this, is there any legal recourse we have with that elected mayor?
Insofar that the board couldn't remove that individual as mayor. However, one of the things that was added in one of the later revisions is making it very explicit that the board ultimately has control over the rules governing meetings.
Okay, so let's say, obviously you can't remove the person that's elected, but can the board decide, you know what, we're going to let this commissioner or that commissioner run the meetings? Can that happen? Is there anything in here on that? Obviously, you can't take the vote away. Obviously, you can't take the position away. But let's just assume, as my biggest fear, if you get an elected mayor that comes here and just, has their own agenda. I won't, and you're in the.
I'm not gonna name names.
I'm not going to name names, of course, because I've been here, and I just want to know if it's being stuck 4 years with that person, is there any power that we have?
The charter states that the mayor is the chair of the board. However, through the administrative code, the board can change what that means. What are the duties of the chair? And so those duties could be potentially reduced such that some other commissioner is performing many of the duties that, for example, Mayor Udine performs right now.
Well, he's a good mayor, but I'm just talking about.
Motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn.
May I just add, just to build on what Joe said, the only thing I would, because of that reference in the charter, I don't know, and this would be a court argument if it came down to it, as written, you could basically take away all powers. I don't know that you could physically pry the gavel from somebody, but you could make the rules such that
they're not going to be doing that. That's crazy. If someone's elected, and I just want to know if the person who's elected based on what Commissioner Ryan is proposing, and that person is just an awful person to work with, and can we stop them from chairing the meeting? Can we stop that person from doing this? And I think the answer is no, unless we do some drastic administrative thing, some drastic admin, and you'd have to have what? How many people? 6?
6.
Well, for the administrative code, you would just need 5 to do, and.
With 10 board members, there's 10.
Oh, I'm sorry, once the mayor's there, I apologize, yes.
So you need
Sorry,
6.
I haven't gotten into that mindset yet. Yes, it would take 6.
Okay, so the only transfer authority, all that, is only in a rare situation, is if somebody's appointed the mayor position you're talking about that wasn't elected, which is a very rare situation. The more practical situation would be if somebody's elected and it's a problem. Okay, I had my legal questions.
Thank you.
Answers.
I'm going to come back to you. Jared, Commissioner Moskowitz, Congressperson.
Thank you, Mayor.
Congressmember-elect.
We going to go through all my titles?
Right. Master of disaster, let's go.
City Commissioner.
Yeah.
So I see the way it's drafted now, which is to put it on the ballot in November, but then it doesn't get enacted until the legislature would make these changes in the 2023 legislative session. Is that accurate?
Yes, by August 1, I think, of '23, and this would get passed, but it would basically become ineffective if that didn't happen.
Now, let me ask this. If the voters vote for this in November, and it goes to the legislature, and the legislature passes a bill, governor signs it, is it automatically enacting? Does it have to come back to the board for another vote? How does that work?
No, it's just subject to that occurring. It would be if this board put it on and the voters passed it, and then the legislature acted to permit this election methodology, then this would be effective without further action.
All right, so let me ask two questions. One is, can you put in there that it goes to the ballot, it's only effective if the legislature approves it, but upon legislative approval, governor signing it, it actually has to come back to the commission for a vote?
You probably could. I mean, Joe's shaking his head, which is giving me a little trepidation, but I don't know why.
Well, let me ask.
couldn't do it if it were
So let me
clear.
ask the scenario. Voters approve it. Up in Tallahassee, they change part of what we did. Okay, so they approve. Let's say they approve part of what we did and don't approve part of what we did. What happens then?
Well, they would have to approve in full the election methodology that we're
And if they
talking.
make one change to it,
Well, if it's material, I think that condition.
who
would not-
determines if it's material?
Well, probably you'd ask me for my opinion, I'd give it to you, and then a court would decide it.
So that's why I'm asking, and look, the senator obviously knows why I'm asking this, is because Tallahassee has a history of playing around and changing things, adding things, changing a may to a shall could change a whole interpretation. So the reason why I'm asking, if it came back, then the board would be the arbiter at that point of whether it was exactly the intent. All right, that was one question. The second question is, could you actually write it the opposite way, meaning that we put it on the it has to go to the legislature first before we put it on the ballot, meaning we vote for it. But before it winds up on the ballot, it doesn't wind up on this November ballot. We vote for it, but it doesn't wind up on this November ballot. And it doesn't wind up on a ballot until the legislature supports it.
I mean, yes, I think you could do that. Query it, yeah, I guess I'll stop there. Yes, I
Okay.
think you probably could structure it that way.
Okay. I'm just curious, because obviously this legislative session, we're putting a timeline that it has to happen this legislative session. And if it doesn't happen, then we're back to ground zero. Rather, I can't determine when a legislature will do stuff. There's all sorts of external factors. But if we did it the opposite way, then there's potentially more runway to get it accomplished at the legislative session. But anyways, I'm done with my questions.
Okay, other legal questions? I just have one, and then I'm going to open to the public. My question is similar to what Commissioner Moskowitz said, but I look at it a little different way. In the resolution, and I know we have to get to 6, and I know that's always a difficult issue to get to 6. On line 63, page 3. So I just think that there's so many variables in the legislature having to approve through special act. And the only real thing they have to approve is the same scheme as school board members or judges. It's got to be the runoff, so the 50+1 or a runoff, which is what they already do now in school board elections and judicial elections. But I have a problem with the 2024 just on line 63. I see what Jared's saying, but I look at it as if we weren't to vote on something now, then there'd be no impetus for the legislature to do anything, and then this would just die on the vine and it would never happen. If the maker of when it's time to discuss issues, I would say that if we pass this, and I don't know that the votes are there, but if we passed it, let's say it passed on the November ballot like this, It's got to go to the legislature to be changed through a special act. That's a few pages back. That's got to be done by 2023, I think August of 2023. We could change that to August of 2024, then the legislature has 2 years, and then the first general election for the elected mayor in Broward would be in 2026. So to me, I see what Commissioner Moskowitz is saying, and I agree with what he's saying. But if we say, well, we're going to just do nothing, and we're just going to put this on our legislative platform and have them do this, and it won't do it. So there's got to be some impetus to do it. So what would that look like? Are we able, because we can only vote on these in November elections now. We can only make these charter changes in November. That's like a question, but it's like a long way to get around there. Okay.
There are things, other elections, we don't know on this.
Okay.
That it's limited to,
Okay.
to November, when we take a look at that.
All right, so my question is, would we be able to legally, as this is drafted, change in line 63, subsection F, make that 2024, 2026, and then on the back, when we talk about this special act, you have it August 2023, then we can make that August 2024. It would be, the voters theoretically could vote on this, and then it's got 2 years to pass with the nonpartisan election scheme that we're talking about, and then it would go on the 2026 ballot. And I also add that because 2024 is, there's going to be pretty wholesale change in the way government in Broward County works. The clerk's office is being changed. There's going to then be an elected tax collector. I think this just moves the ball forward, but it does something without upending the whole system at one time. Those are my questions.
It's legal.
It is legal. Okay. All right, with that, I'm going to open to the public. You've kind of heard a little where we're going. Commissioner Furr said he is going to call in now, but I think he's got to catch a plane at some point. So keep that if you're on the side of hoping to get 6 or not hoping to get 6. That's where we're at. So, members of the public. I don't know. I'm not saying, I have no idea what anybody is on this thing, because it changes a lot, but the first speaker on item number, who's here? Who's our public speakers that are here? I see Larry Davis. And then on deck is Michael Rayner. Is Michael here? Okay, so Larry will go first.
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations, Jared. You snuck in with, what was 63%, which is not bad. Congratulations.
Bernadette, I got you.
I was aiming for a 50%. Those of you that know, I was on the charter review. I chaired the governance committee. We dealt with this for approximately 3 years. I think you guys have heard enough about what your positions are. We're very much in support of this. We think the need, as Commissioner Ryan said, for continuity. There was a lot of discussion in our committee, and it passed out of the governance committee, and that was 12 people, and we passed it out of there. I think it was, I think there were 9 votes to pass. But then the full committee fell short of getting the 2/3 to get it back, to get it on the ballot. The only other thing I'd like to say, because I don't need to spend your time with this, is that during our committee meetings, there was a lot of discussion about whether or not a minority could get elected countywide to the mayor's position. And I'm sure you're all aware that we now have 5 people, the state attorney, public defender, clerk of court, supervisor, and the sheriff, who all been elected countywide of color. So I'm just asking you to give this some consideration and let the public make their decision on that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is You can ask him questions, but.
Mr. Davis, just real quick, what, in your opinion, because this goes back to one of my points, on the charter review, okay, it didn't even pass out of that, but it passed your committee.
Right.
But why did it pass the full committee?
Well, you needed out of the 19 people that wanted, you needed 13.
Okay.
We ended up, I think, with 11 or maybe 12. But the issue that I brought up caused a lot, And then there were some thoughts about, I don't know if I should say this, but I will anyway, that there were a number of people within the community that knew that on almost any issue that they wanted to get something passed, that if you hire the right lobbyist, you can get 5 votes. And they took away the need for, they didn't want to see
Okay.
changes in that.
Okay, after Mr. Davis, Bernadette Norris Weeks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I watched Bernadette Norris Weeks on behalf of myself. I watched all of the previous times and debates when this issue has come up before you all, and on the very last agenda where this was before you, I believe Commissioner Ryan said he was going to go back and try to address some of the issues that came up on the dais. I don't see from what the county attorney read as the changes, anything that at least publicly has been addressed from the commissioners who had concerns. For instance, Commissioner Lamar thought that it didn't go far enough. He thought that if it wasn't really a strong mayor, is what he seemed to be implying, he would not be in favor of this. And I don't see anything that addresses that issue. I don't know how the legislative issue and the legislature approving this in any form, shape, or fashion prior to it coming to Broward County, either for a vote or for automatic approval, addresses any of the issues that you all discussed prior. I also sat on the Charter Review Commission, and I actually chaired one of the subcommittees as well. I sat on governance, and I can tell you there were many, many issues that came up, not just whether there could be a minority could win in this minority-majority county now, but there were many other issues. We heard from people from Miami-Dade County. We heard from people from all over with just talking about how it's working in their counties, and we all came to the conclusion, or at least the majority of the commission, Charter Review Commission, came to the conclusion that this was not workable for Broward County and that Broward County was working very well as is. I support that. I think that there's nothing broken that we need to fix as a county. County is run by a very good, your primary responsibility is to make sure that you have a professional manager that runs the county and that does their job appropriately. You've had that. Broward County has benefited from that in the past. And as we stand right now, I don't know still what we're trying to fix. This would be costly. It will cost the voters more money. For those of you who are concerned about having to cut services for parks or all of the services that we have, social services programs, this would just be a waste of time and money. In addition to that, the partisan issue, I don't understand at all, a nonpartisan issue, because this is the most Democratic county in the state of Florida. For what reason would we have a nonpartisan mayor appointed or elected in the most Democratic party county in the state? I think just the fact that, if you'll just allow me to finish this thought, just the fact that we're talking about this going to the state, and if the state approves, of course the state will approve, the legislature will approve, because they would love to do just what the governor and other people are doing all around the state by ripping people out of offices and, issues with the school board and all of those other things. Yes, of course, if this went to the state legislature, it would pass. So I think that's a red herring, and I would ask for your vote against this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernadette. Our next speaker is Mr. Charlie Calkins.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Mayor, Commissioners, and congratulations to all you primary winners. There's more than Commissioner Moskowitz, but
yeah.
I love the dialogue that we're engaging in this county on this issue and others. It's a democratic way of having discussions, and our democracy is fantastic, and I thank you for engaging again in this conversation, because I think it's important for the future of the county. We've had many discussions on this. This is the right time to go forward. I know I've heard it's not broken, and so what do we need to fix? And I agree it's not broken. I think you all and others preceding you have done a commendable job of leadership in this county, It's exciting what we've got in this county, what the future beholds, all kinds of positive things. I think that this proposal is thinking about the future and the leadership of the county. It emulates what other counties are doing, not just in Florida, but around the country. For a large county like Broward County, we're a big-time county, and we're growing like crazy. And I think we need a spokesperson who will speak for the county as what everybody around the, not only the country, the world recognizes as having some face of the government. So this is the right time to do this. We're in a position where we have voters who ought to have an opportunity to engage in this dialogue with us. They aren't right now, although the interest in this issue, I don't know how many are on the phone, but there's always been a lot of interest. Let's let the voters get involved in this in Broward County. Give them a shot at engaging in this dialogue, making the points like we do in our democracy of what's the right way and what's the wrong way. Why not let the voters get engaged with you all and all of us on this issue? It's a big issue, it's an important issue, and I hope you will vote yes, let's put this on the ballot. I understand, there's different viewpoints. Can you change this? Can you change that? Well, you all know better than anybody else what it takes with the sausage making to come up with something that you can support. So with that view, I hope you'll take this, I know you'll take it seriously. I hope you'll support it, Commissioner Ryan's proposal. I don't agree with every single thing in it either, but all in all, it's a good compromise to move forward, get the voters engaged, and let's see what they have to say about having a countywide elected mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Mr. Vincente Thrower.
Yeah, smooth. I'm Vincente Thrower. Mayor, Commissioners, I'm here to support this item. Like the previous speaker, I don't agree with everything with this item, but it's a start. The voters need to have some say. It's time to get this out of the way. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I heard what another speaker just said about if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's a lot of things that's broke that need to be fixed. We still can't get a disparity study done in this county. Tell me, since all of you been sitting here, how many African-American millionaires have been created since you've been sitting here and your predecessors before some of y'all? How many African-American millionaires? Who's advocating for the small African-American businesses so that we actually get our fair share of what comes out of county government? Today you approved the site to talk about where you're gonna build a future county hall. We build a lot of stuff. But when was the last time you all saw an NFL player or NBA player come up here from this county to say, man, I'm happy to do business here in Broward County? Who leads that charge to even entice our family and friends who are NBA and NFL players to come to this county to say, make that investment, come here and let's do that? Every year it changes from person to person who's gonna be the mayor. The agenda changes every year on who that leader is. It needs to be some consistency and have somebody that works to bring the vision in together and to be an advocate amongst the rest of you all to say, don't forget about the minority communities. This county is built on the back of our grandparents and our great-grandparents. And some of you all may think, well, you don't need that, we got a county administrator. I want to hear a county administrator that advocates for the minority community. But that may not be her job. She may feel like that's not her job, but a county mayor can get up here and say, hey, I've had community meetings. I've talked to the community. Mayor Fisher, when you were in Pompano Beach, you understood it 100% on how that operated. County Commissioner Bogan, you came by our neighborhood. You know exactly how it operates. If you don't advocate for us, how do we participate when it comes to the airport work? How are you going to get money from the federal government from an infrastructure bill, and we always have to go, every African American can't afford a lobbyist that have to always talk and advocate for work amongst the county commission. So we need a voice, a single voice. The previous speaker, they get plenty of work with y'all. So they don't care. Not the guy, the woman. They don't care. But what about the small minority businesses who cannot afford a voice? They need a voice. So in my opinion, let the people vote and have a mayor that can have a voice and speak for them. And I think the black pastors would agree with it also.
Thank you, Vincente. I'm going to call next Monica Elliott.
Good day. My name is Monica Elliott, and I am speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Broward County. We're a nonpartisan organization that has existed in the county longer than the current charter. For over 2 years now, the County Commission has figuratively bounced the charter amendment proposal of a countywide elected mayor from one commission meeting to another in a multitude of resolutions. We sincerely appreciate Commissioner Ryan keeping the concept in play with the latest resolution. The Commission knows the League's position as our letter of May 26, 2021 continues to be added as an attachment in the agenda. With each resolution, there is much discussion about the pros and cons of a countywide elected mayor, including the mayoral duties, the powers, and the pay, and even how the mayor would be elected. Discussion is good, there's no doubt about that, and it's led to improvements and clarity about the position. In today's resolution, making the mayor a nonpartisan position, requiring a majority vote of all voters in the county, is an excellent addition, which the League wholeheartedly supports. But the time has come to allow the voters in the county to decide whether change should be made to the Broward County Charter. While the League acknowledges that you have the right as a commission to deny the electorate to vote on this amendment, we do wonder why you would deny the voters their right to express their views on this amendment to the charter in the form of voting. We again respectively request that Commissioner Ryan's resolution for a countywide elected mayor be placed on the November 8th ballot. Let the people of the county decide whether they want this change to the county charter. Whether we have a countywide elected mayor is not just your decision, it's not the League's decision, it's the electorate's decision. Let the electorate decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Mitchell Berger. Stopping by here before the 4 o'clock canvassing board, I'll probably see you. I'm looking forward to it.
Can Nikki Free get a recount? All right. So, first of all, thank you all for taking this up. Everyone in Broward County knows the mayor, all 31 of them, right? In 1989, I was John Hart's appointee to the county commission, Broward County Review Commission, and I said, we need a strong county commission with a strong mayor. Instead, we ended up with 31 cities and a weak county commission. That's what we ended up with. That was Lori Parrish's view of the county. 31 cities and a weak county commission. That's where we are today. Now, why do you want 31 cities and a weak county commission? Because you can buy off 31 cities with lobbyists, $5,000 at a time, right? We want a strong county with a strong voice in county affairs. That's what you need. This is an urban county. You need a voice for the urban population, and that voice to go ahead and attract business to this county. That's what is needed. My daughter was the sponsor of the USS Fort Lauderdale. Her name is in the keel. Did anyone from Broward County speak at this ceremony? No. The mayor of Fort Lauderdale spoke. We had the ambassador from Ukraine here. We had people from all over the world here. We had people from Ingalls Shipbuilding here. We had everyone imaginable here in the military-industrial complex. Was anyone from Broward County there to talk to them? Lamar was there and was introduced. He was introduced. We need to be represented in these functions. we need a strong, we're not getting a strong mayor, at least we're gonna get somebody here who can start to speak for us. And to rally public support and have the podium to rally public support for the county. Not for this company, not for that company, but for the county. A county elected mayor. I urge you to do this. If you want to wait until 2026, fine. If you want to wait till 2028, fine. Get it going. I have waited 40 years for this. I've also waited 50 years on climate change. I'm gonna still fight. I'm gonna still fight. But this is an important issue for this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitchell. Michael Rayner. And that's our last speaker that I have signed up.
Good afternoon, Michael Rayner. I support the item, and I do believe that voters should have the opportunity to vote on it this November. Personally, I'd like to see a more strong type of mayor in the county. I agree with a lot of the statements that Mitchell just made in terms of the county having a stronger presence. I think all of you done a great job as mayor, and but I have to agree with a lot of what Vicente said, where the agenda or the focus changes each year. And I think we might be able to gain more possibly from the legislature or from the federal government by having a steady figurehead to try to bring things back. If I'm fine and trust that the next governor, who will be Charlie Crist, that we don't have any threats right there. But I do have the concerns that have been voiced, that it should be more radical. But hopefully Tory, if there's a vacancy on the school board when he's done here in November, perhaps he'll be appointed over that way instead. But I think that this is the right course for something to do. I know that Commissioner Ryan has been trying to get this done much sooner, and unfortunately circumstances were what they were that postponed this from being discussed sooner. And I think it's been a great attempt. And so I would recommend that the voters have the opportunity to vote on this.
Thank you. That concludes the public portion of this item. I'm going to now open it to the commission. Now you guys can talk about whatever you want. Senator Geller has his hands up, and then I'll just go right down there. All right, you know what?
If you want to go around the room,
I'll start with
that's fine.
Tory. You had some. I'm going to go right down so everyone gets their chance.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, let me figure out. So this is the full round.
Yes.
Whatever you need to
Anything
talk about.
All right. So colleagues, I think you heard that I've gone through this proposal. And Commissioner Ryan, I'll just say that this is, I'll say in a much better starting place, because I have not given any public comments on this. So what I like to do is just kind of give an update really for everyone. So I surveyed District 9, and the feedback that I got really overwhelmingly from my survey before it was not an issue, Mr. Attorney, and even subsequently, was to actually let the voters decide if it makes sense. So I'm going to highlight that, if it makes sense. And I think many of you heard some of the legal questions I raised, and I have a few more that I'll raise now with you, Commissioner Ryan, and the board. So I have a different view. I'm actually intrigued by the nonpartisan mayor concept. Although clearly it's a political role, clearly removing partisanship from the process and from governing for me is important. So I'm ready to legislate to our legislators that are up here. I think it's all of us. So I'm going to go point by point. And Commissioner Ryan and colleagues, if you'll just give me some leeway here. So I'm going to start with 44 to 46. So my question to the attorney was, this is a 10-member composition of the county commission. And I think the response I got back from legal was that there are no other county governments that have this number of members in terms of its composition, okay? So for Commissioner Ryan and the board, would you consider, and I'm just gonna give a different scenario, and there are a couple issues. I'm gonna try to get through them all, try to be succinct here. Did you consider going to maybe, I'm gonna throw this out, an 11-member composition where you have a elected, nonpartisan county mayor adding a countywide commission member at large, similar to other county governments. And that's kind of why I started with, have you looked at other agencies and the way they're structured? So you want me to go point by point, or you want me to throw them out?
I think I can answer your first point.
Okay, all right.
So I thought your inquiry was gonna be, well, if we end up with a 10th commissioner, I mean, you know, then we have an even number, and, you know, what are our concerns there? You know, obviously, in the Florida Senate, they have 40 members, and so items fail on a 20-20 tie, and though less likely, 120 members on the House, and so an item will fail if it's a 60-60. I mean, it is possible, but I think it's really highly unlikely, because most of the proposals that we have, we kind of amend them, we debate them, and we find a consensus. We find 5 votes. Frequently, we find, you know, 6 and 7 votes. And my feeling's always been, well, if it's a 5-5 item, I mean, it probably shouldn't have passed, you know, at that point anyways. It needs a little more work. But once you get to that 6-4 vote or that 7-3 vote, you know, at that point, you have the policymakers who have made that decision, and then they are empowering she or he, who would be the mayor, to take that position and to then be able to discuss it with the business community, discuss it with whoever is, you know, our partners, whether it's in the service sector, in the, you know, community service, whether it's in education, industry, but especially, and I will say it again, big counties, I mean, Orange County and Hillsborough County, Duval County, they get a lot of money out of Tallahassee, and they do a pretty good job in DC. They have a single coherent voice that gets it done. So
if I
for
could,
me,
yeah.
I would say, I think
just-
that 10 is the right number. And at the same time, it may not be perfect, but I am so, you know, kind of exasperated about, you know, we don't do this, we don't do that. I mean, you know, let's start somewhere. I mean, if we did something and we
He's not
had
answering the
a
question.
countywide elected mayor in 2024,
He's
after
not
2
answering the
years or
question.
4 years, it can be revised based upon what actually occurs, you know, on the ground. But, I mean, for us to keep trying to make something perfect, then, you know, it's been my experience in politics for 22 years that you don't get anything done.
That's fair. And the reason I emphasize, although there's support from the district, they also told me to make sure it makes sense, right? So that's the reason why I'm going point by point. So the reason I raised that one specific issue was because we have a school board structure that has single-member district scenarios with countywide representation. So that's why I raised that for the body. Next point, so back to line 108. I raised the point around having consecutive 4-year terms. Are you beholden to the consecutive word there, Commissioner Ryan?
No, I am not. I mean, if you wanted to make it similar to, you know, the way it is for the president, you have 2 terms, and that's it. And 8 years, and you cannot run again, would not be a concern for me.
All right. Also, Commissioner Ryan, and I'm talking to the entire board. Sorry, I'm just not talking to you, Commissioner Ryan. So back to line 138. So I think Commissioner Geller also raised a similar concern. I believe it also Commissioner Bogan, around this scenario of not knowing what could happen depending on who is sitting under your scenario of a mayor and commission. Would you be open to that being a supermajority vote if that needed to take place because it's an extraordinary scenario?
So you're talking about where a countywide elected mayor is removed from office? Is that the
So-
example?
Yeah, so based on
At
the,
that point, you know, we have addressed it in that whoever the successor is that's appointed would not serve in that capacity, and we would revert back to the mayor that is selected for a 1-year term, and it's a rotating entrepreneurship. So,
Got
I
it.
mean, I just find it as a very, very remote possibility, and again, to me, it's not a huge concern. And to get to the politics of it, I mean, you know, if we were to try to totally, usurp the ability of the governor to remove a person from office, you know, with cause. I mean, I think that it doesn't go anywhere in Tallahassee. You know, I don't believe it's gonna be that difficult to get a special bill to provide for a nonpartisan countywide elected mayor. But anything you put in as a roadblock, and Jarrett will comment on this, and Commissioner Rich, Commissioner Geller know it quite well. I mean, it's a lot more difficult to get something passed than it is to get something blocked. And so I think that you need to remove the roadblocks if we want to get a special bill for a nonpartisan countywide elected mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan. My last point, Mayor and colleagues. So I raised several questions that were raised of me and concerns. One around protecting our single-member districts. One around preserving the commission districts as a result of the 2021 redistricting process. And then also maintaining the current form of government, protecting, I'm going to use the term protecting our county administrator. I'll use the term protecting, but preserving the county administrator in this form of government, right, or government structure. So Commissioner Ryan, again, I've laid out, at least for those who are listening, my thoughts / issues. I think, these 4 areas, at least for me, would also be very important in the resolution. I know that the attorney has also talked about a word count limit on what the voters would actually see. But those are also critically important matters for me. So that's where I'm at. Thank you, Mayor.
I want to start out by saying I would like, eventually, I would like the thought of a elected mayor, but not under what we have here today. And I also like the thought of what Commissioner Moskowitz, future Congressman Moskowitz, said about going to the state, getting something approved, and then bring it back to us. That's something I could support. But let me talk about this for 1 minute. Most of you who I don't believe were here when we had the Charter Review Commission. And we had a Charter Review Commission, and let's just make sure we got that clear. This body is supposed to make recommendations to change our charter. And the majority of the body, not just said, no, we do not want to put on an elected mayor. Okay? Now, with all due respect to Mr. Berger, prominent attorney here in town, and he wants this, and he wants it, and he's been asking for it since the 1980s and asking for it. And Mr. Davis, another wonderful attorney, says, you know, they've been asking for it. And when I was at the Charter Review Commission, I kept saying, tell me the problem. And the problem is that I got is there's not one person that represents the county consistently. Okay, because it keeps consistency. As Vincente was talking about earlier, about consistency. Okay, so I could support a mayor, an elected mayor, that is out there for business. He's out there representing the county. He's the face of the county. But I think you're asking for a big problem. Because, you know, I'll use Mr. Thrower. He said, we need a mayor who's going to support the minority community. Well, Mr. Thrower, what if you get a mayor that doesn't care about the minority community? You're stuck with them for 4 years. Here we got 1 year and it switches. But what if you get a mayor, a stronger mayor, for 4 years, doesn't give a darn about the minority community? Then what are you going to do? Then you're going to go, maybe we should have kept the old way. And so, because you don't know who you're going to get. And so I'm all about reducing risk and trying to help the best situation. And again, Mr. Berger talks about we need this, you know, for business. I thought in the past 10 years, Fort Lauderdale and Broward County has been growing huge in business. I don't know what I'm missing. You're shaking your head no, but I understand and I've heard that we don't have somebody out there. We need a face that's consistently out there that can be at that meeting, that can be at Broward County all the time. Great. Let's talk about that. But the minute you get somebody, in my opinion, you get somebody that can sit there and run the meetings and really put their own agenda in there, and you're stuck with them for 4 years, I think it's asking for problems. And I even think it's a much healthier system where you need 5 votes versus one strong mayor where you capture that mayor and, you got what you want. So that's where I'm coming from. I also don't like the nonpartisan. I think that could create a problem. I see problems with it. I think I would support a bill going forward to the state legislature before we do anything, where they will agree to that election of 50 plus 1. And I forgot what else that we talked about. And then coming back, I would support a mayor under limited circumstances, under limited powers, somebody that can run our meetings, doesn't have a vote possibly, and that would solve that 10 issue that the commissioner is talking about, because having 10 creates also problems. So if you have a person that's running your meetings that doesn't vote, and then if we can add something where where we can remove that person from running the meetings if there's problems. I think we need to protect this body from having the best possible working functions. And by having somebody come in for 4 years that can do what they want for 4 years, I think is problematic. So that's my take. Thank you.
You should close.
It sounds like 2 that are.
You should close, Tim.
I'm gonna let you.
I support a mayor. I
Tim, you should close instead.
I'm not criticizing that, but just so that we know, if we don't get something done today, we might as well workshop it in the future because it's not getting on the ballot in November.
Fine.
I'm not criticizing, I'm just saying that.
I asked, I asked last time, just want to make sure I asked last time, I think the best way to do it is you have a list, like an à la carte menu list. Check off, mayor just run meetings. Do I have 6 votes? Mayor for voting, do I have 6 votes? And you check it, and that way we'll know where we're at real quick.
Got it. Commissioner, I'm gonna go.
I'm going to go ahead and waive, and I'll just close, let the other members speak
Senator
first.
Dillon.
Thank you. If, in fact, you counted 2 earlier, no, make it 3. Because I'm a no on this. And I first would like to congratulate Commissioner Ryan. Commissioner Ryan, you have put in a ton of work on this. I think you have been creative. I think you've tried to resolve a lot of the issues. I still disagree, but I think you've done a great job in trying to listen to us.
I like you too.
Drew, let me begin by asking you a question. In the history of Broward County, as far as you know, have we ever passed a charter amendment that is conditional upon a later change in the law by the Florida legislature?
I'm not aware of that occurring.
Okay. I think it's a really bad idea to do that for multiple reasons, besides confusing the voters on this. If y'all hadn't noticed, I have to break this to you. We are a bright blue area in a bright red state. We are not exactly the favorite of people in Tallahassee. And to put our future in the hands of the Florida legislature might not exactly be the best idea, number one, on that. Number two, the whole idea of giving the state the idea that, hey, we can really control what happens in Broward County, I'm not sure this is where they stop. Another pretty really bad idea. Somebody, I think Commissioner Bogan brought this up. I could easily argue that county commissioners should be nonpartisan, just like city commissioners are and mayors. What I would have a problem is saying that Democratic counties like Dade and Broward should go nonpartisan, while Republican counties should stay partisan. That, to me, as I'm an active Democrat, I don't think that's the best idea. Kind of seems like the unilateral disarmament idea. I kept hearing Hillsborough County has a countywide elected mayor. If I looked that up just now. I can't find that as a county. I'm sorry? No, somebody had said Hillsborough does. The only ones that I'm aware of are Dade, Orange, and Duval, but Duval, you can't count. That's really the mayor of the city of Jacksonville, because as I'm sure we all know, the city of Jacksonville and Duval County are coextensive. So it's really the city of Jacksonville has a mayor, and then you've got Orange and Dade, and that's really it. I think it's a bad idea for us, and I did like the idea, though, of saying you need a majority. But to make that necessarily a nonpartisan, I think is not a good idea. We discussed the fact, just recently, the governor of the state of Florida removed the state attorney in Hillsborough County for reasons that I think most of us would agree were insufficient. But bearing that, I was mayor during the pandemic, and I could easily see the governor under his new expansive view of power that anybody who says something that he doesn't like, he can remove from office, and then appoint, Thank you. Jared and I got along well while he was, emergency management, and I was mayor of Broward. We spoke a lot. I never did get to get any of my letters or phone calls returned to the governor, but that's a different issue. Not one letter got a response, but a different issue. But the point that I'm making is to give the governor an opportunity to remove the mayor of Broward and replace him with a Republican appointee is a bad idea. And I know we can theoretically say, oh, but we'll take away their power, but we can't take away their title. And so they would still be the mayor of Broward County. And I think, currently under the current state of politics, and while I believe that, and Mr. Berger and I, Mitchell, are working on trying to make sure that the next governor of the state of Florida is not somebody that would do that. But the fact is, I think it's a really bad idea to do this now, while considering what the politics are in Florida. I have heard that I have not seen it being broke, and under the if it ain't broke, don't fix it rule. But I do want to remind you that there is another alternative which is far less controversial. I offered as an amendment last time, if you want a little more stability, a simple charter change to make it that we elect the mayor of Broward to a 2-year term instead of a 1-year term, would give greater stability. As I recall, there was a ton of support for that at the last time. I believe it was defeated 1-8. But that would provide the additional stability, which is the only thing I've heard people talking about. For all of these reasons, assuming that the mayor was counting correctly, and we don't know where Commissioner Austin is, but if he was a no, that makes 3 of us.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Furr before I go to, because he's by the phone. I'm not sure what his schedule is.
Yeah, no, keep stalling so we can't vote.
Right. Commissioner Furr.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're here, brother.
Actually, there were some good things brought up. I actually thought what Commissioner Moskowitz brought up made a lot of sense. And having us have a last crack at it just in case it wasn't right. I actually would support it today. I am concerned with trying to do it in such short notice, though. I don't think this is not much time. The ballots are going out in 2 or 3 weeks. And I really don't know if that is sufficient time for there to be proper debate in the county to actually discuss this. That seems a little, very short. Other than that, I'm willing to give the voters a chance to weigh in on it, but I do kind of think that it should go to the legislature probably first, then come back. And then I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Beam.
Yep.
Vice Mayor Fisher.
I don't want to beat a dead horse because that. but-
Yeah, you don't have to give we don't have to
Well, but-
recap everybody else's comments.
But you got to give, you've got to give, kudos and credit to folks.
Yep.
First of all, obviously to Commissioner Ryan for his passion and his devotion to this. And again, I'm not there yet. I'm not saying I couldn't get there, but there's so many things that when I listen to the public who I highly respect the league, obviously Mr. Thrower and Mr. Berger, who is an icon in this community. But you hear things like, and from Mr. Calkins, you hear like, well, we don't agree with all of it, but we need to get it there anyway. And that kind of concerns me because we want to get it right, because God forbid if it passes and all of a sudden something goes wrong with it, then we're scrambling to try to fix it, and all of a sudden 4 years goes by and the county could be hindered in other ways than in a positive manner. And I'm not trying to be negative, but I've just got to look at the reality to it. So I think rushing again, Mr. Thrower talked about, agendas every year. I've been here now going on 4 years, and I don't see mayor's agendas. What I do see is this collective body coming together in retreats and creating goals for us to follow through with them. The mayor just guides it, but all in all, there are 9 of us to vote on what our goals are. So I'm kind of figuring, we don't, it's not like we change a theme every year. We have, the mayor does come up and say he'd like to do this and that, but ultimately we make those decisions as far as that's concerned. And what I also keep hearing is strong mayor. In other words, we need somebody said we need strong mayor. We need somebody who starts to speak for us. We'll either go strong or go home. Because this is a weak mayor is what we're talking about, who has no more power than what the mayor has right now, that I have, what Senator Rich has. It's the same vote, the same power. They can't alleviate sunshine rules. They can't lobby each of us, whoever that may be. And now you need, of course, 6 votes versus 5. And we're really concerned with what Commissioner Bug was talking about was if we had to remove somebody or go that way, you still need 6 votes to do that. So what if you had 4 or 5 folks that were displeased with that mayorship? You still couldn't get to where you could shift their powers anyways. Isn't that right, Joe? You still need 6 votes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that concerned me. And we talk about business, we have the Alliance, we have the CVB, we have the workshop that is out there advocating for us as well. The cost, by the way, came in, Bob, I think it was $825,000 was the cost, additional cost for that. And we talk about mayors. Dade County and Duval are strong mayors. So again, you go strong, you go home. You either do it or don't do it at this particular time. And talk about continuity, a spokesperson, the future leadership in Tallahassee. And I do get that. But we also have lobbyists that work for us too. And what Senator Geller was talking about, they really love us up there. So I'm not sure how much value added that's going to be at the end of the day. So I'm like Commissioner Bogan too. I want to see a mayor, but I want to see the right, and I operated under that scenario at Pompano Beach where I was a mayor at large, and I did that, and there were 6 of us, and there were 3-3 votes, not often, but there were 3-3, and so that issue died. I think we create more bureaucracy when we go to 10. I think it's easier to deal with 6 than 10. And at the end of the day, Congressman, I like your idea about getting the legislature first to say yes or no before we go through all this exercise and confuse folks even more. So I like that even better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so we've been talking a lot about the legislature, and this is a Republican-dominated legislature. Everybody knows that. Hello. Yeah. Unfortunately, yes. I was there at a time when, yes, it was Republican, but not the same as this, so. Okay, so the legislature is not nonpartisan. And we should not be doing anything, I believe, that would ask them to make our mayor a nonpartisan mayor. They'd be happy, I'm sure, to make our mayor a nonpartisan mayor. But I don't think that that would be the best thing for Broward County. And whatever bill would come out would be what the Republican-dominated legislature believes would probably give them the best chance to do better in Broward County. I have a serious problem, I think, in terms of, I think it is so wrong to do this at this time, right before the ballots are going to go out. There was really no notice given to people. There are some lobbyists and attorneys here that are very familiar with this and knew that this was going to be here. I feel last time we had so many people here that were against this. And I have to tell you, I don't hear from people in my district about this. I don't think anyone has ever come to me and talked to me.
Please silence all cell phones in the county
About
commission
this.
chambers.
What they do talk about are issues that affect them, pocketbook issues, things that affect them day to day right now. And all the time I've been on this commission, from affordable housing to living wage, healthcare issues, education issues. They don't talk about what kind of a mayor we have. I think most of them think the commission is doing a pretty good job. I have to say, I don't know if everybody read this, and Monica, thank you for giving us a summer recap. Because if you look at this, it will show you the incredible things that this commission, under this model with a strong administrator, has been able to accomplish. And I look at here from the airport, most incredible things going on the airport, seaport. Someone came up, Vincent, I guess, about economic, about not focusing on minorities. We have such a strong program, probably the strongest one in the state as far as economic and small business development. Our libraries, our parks, solid waste and recycling we're working on, commuter rail, human services, and affordable housing, of course, the 9 developments that we're building as of this year. And we did that all as a commission with the model that we have today. It just really kind of disturbs me that this, and the idea, by the way, going back, we have 31 municipalities. I know Senator Geller and Commissioner Ryan would remember that we were directed up in Tallahassee to put everybody into a city when we were all legislators. That's what the county wanted. So that's what we have now. We're not going backwards, they're here. So, you know, I just feel, you know, very strongly that we have, as was mentioned by Commissioner Fisher, every year we have a retreat, we develop our strategic plan and our goals, and we all do that together. And I think functioning as a 9-member commission like we do, to me, is a model that has worked incredibly well in Broward County. And I just, anybody who says we're not attracting business, we are attracting business. The Alliance does an amazing job. We just have a whole package here. So I am definitely not going to support this.
Okay, so we're not getting to 6 on Commissioner Ryan's motion for today, so unless we're doing a wholesale rewrite within the next hour or so, this isn't going on the November ballot, because I can count, but I still want to give everyone a chance to speak. Commissioner Moskowitz, then I'm going to speak, and then we can start with motions.
Yeah, Mayor, I'll be quick, and after you speak and Commissioner Ryan speaks, I'm going to make a motion to table, because again, it's the same position I had the last time we had this, which is there's clearly not 6. There's no reason to force a vote, because then obviously, you know, Commissioner Ryan, your ability to bring it back becomes limited. You wouldn't be able to talk about it today had we voted on it the last time, because you would have had a 6-month rule. So anyway, real quick, I support an elected mayor. I think the county needs an elected mayor. I've been very consistent on that. I worked with 67 counties. I saw the benefit of an elected mayor. I think this idea that it's not broke, there's nothing to fix, come on. The county isn't perfect, right? I mean, there are things to fix. And that's not a judgment on administration. I mean, this is a giant bureaucracy. I mean, it's taken 5 years to have another discussion about whether or not we need a new county hall. I mean, we work slow here. And I got out of my Broward County bubble. We work slow here. It is slow. If you go look at other counties, they are faster. The county, the elected mayor does move things faster. There is more pressure because there is an accountability from the public. I get to work with Miami-Dade County, and I'm not for the strong mayor here because I think that's too big a change. But I work with Miami-Dade County, and that government, having someone in the community advocating, is a beacon. It's a beacon for the people, and it is a beacon for business. And so I am for the elected mayor, but I do have issues with the proposal, right? I have issues with the proposal because I don't want a 10th commissioner. I was very clear that I thought the power of the mayor was not in coming up and running the meetings and having an additional vote. I thought the power of the mayor was to go out to the community, meet with businesses, talk to people, and then be able to convince us what we should be doing, right? And so the ability not to talk to us, I think, significantly hampers the ability for the mayor to actually get stuff done. I mean, there's almost no point to the mayor if there's a 10th commissioner. We could do what Senator Geller has suggested and make the mayor a 3 or 4 year appointment by us, and you would get that significant consistency, and you would not have you wouldn't need your 10th commissioner. So I have issues with that. I liked it better when the mayor could talk to us. I've been out in the community. I've been out in your district. I've been out in your district. This is what the people said here. This is what the people said there. And I thought that was where the benefit was. Listen, there's some other issues. I think putting it out to 2026, I do think we are very close to the November election. I am worried that getting that ballot question correct on absentees that have to go out. I mean, so there could be some issues with that. But listen, to Mitchell's point, I got to be honest, it isn't the USS Broward County, it was the USS Fort Lauderdale. And I just ran a campaign where I did a lot of polling on a lot of individuals, and Dean Trantellis' numbers county-wide are very high. Why is he so well known out of the city of Fort Lauderdale? And I will tell you why, because I polled it. Because a lot of people think he's the mayor. And so that is something that we should grapple with over time. Now, I'm going to hold my motion because I want, obviously, Commissioner Ryan to close and I want the mayor to speak. When I'm done, I'll make a motion to table the item
I'll
indefinitely.
second his motion at the appropriate
Okay,
time.
so I'm going to speak because I haven't had a chance, then I'm going to recognize Commissioner Ryan, and then I'm going to go to Jared for a motion to table. Do you have to?
I want to add something before you do that motion.
Okay, so my comments, because I didn't have a chance to speak yet. I support the idea of letting the electorate vote on how they want to be governed. I also realize that democracy is messy, but it's the best that we have. And I'm unconvinced about this whole idea of removal and restricting of powers and this and that, because I think that to me is a very complicated and very difficult issue. It's very hard theoretically to remove somebody, and it's very hard to restrict their powers because the mayor is the mayor. And the fact that we may not like who's elected, the 10 of us up here, I don't think that that's an appropriate factor, in my mind, into the equation. I think that it's the public's job, and the public elects who it is, and if the public votes for him and the public likes that person, then that's who we have to deal with. I do believe in the idea of the 50+1 somehow, because I think that it should be somebody that gets a majority of the vote that comes in, and not sometimes where you see like 12 candidates run and someone comes in with 6% of the vote. That's really not a mandate, and I think that solves a little of the problem that was brought up with not being happy with the person that's qualified. So I would support at some point a 50+1 idea, and I do think we have to grapple with the idea that, forget about Democrats and Republicans in Broward County for a second, 30-some-odd% of our electorate is NPAs, and they're no parties. That's going to be the biggest one pretty soon. And I just hate the idea of shutting NPAs out of having their piece of the say in how they want to be governed. The people should decide how they want to be governed. As to business development, I think that we're doing a good job. I think that we're bringing in county headquarters here. We're never going to have the cachet of Miami. I'm sorry. It's just, that is what it is. We can market till we're blue in the face. We're not going to get that cachet. People, even when they think they're moving south of Palm Beach County, think they're moving to Miami. I met with a major CEO yesterday in the afternoon. They would love to do something in Fort Lauderdale. They're calling it Miami the whole time, but it's still Fort Lauderdale, and it's still Broward County. It's the cachet when you go overseas, when you go anywhere outside the 3 counties, anywhere south of Palm Beach County, to the business person is considered Miami, just the way it is. Continuity, so like Senator Geller last go-around brought up the Film Commission, and this film thing has kind of exploded on the scene as far as jobs and new businesses. I'm continuing with that, and I would assume that whoever the next mayor is would continue with that too. I'm going to be personally continuing on all the business development stuff I've been doing because I enjoy it. I enjoy meeting with those people. They know I'm not the ultimate decision maker. You know, if it's an airport issue, it's going to Mark Gale first to see if they can massage it, or to Bob Swindell, or to Stacy over at Visit Lauderdale and what it is. But I think the continuity issue is an issue. At the end of the day, I would like to have the electorate vote on a county mayor. I would support it, you know, but I don't think we're going to get 6 here. And if we don't get 6 here, it's not going on the November ballot, because I don't want to rush this and do this the wrong way. I would support Commissioner Ryan's motion with a few tweaks, but it doesn't sound like we're getting there with a few tweaks. So those are my comments, and I'll recognize Commissioner Ryan and then Jared for his motion. Yeah.
You know, I thought among all of the recommendations and observations of this county commission over the last year and a half, the most really, I think, innovative and constructive recommendation was to go ahead and make this a nonpartisan position. And I was just thinking that, you know, I guess kind of like indirectly, I always knew that was one of the weaknesses of this proposal, is that you come out of a Democratic primary, and if you have, like, I don't know, 8 candidates, you know, maybe 6 strong candidates, somebody becomes the Democratic nominee with like 22% of the vote, and then that person ends up becoming the mayor. So this nonpartisan proposal, I thought, was really, like, you know, brilliance. And I did feel that we had inherent checks and balances, and we retained the autonomy of the county commission, and especially with the language that was explicit, that the rules and procedures for the conduct of meetings was going to be determined by the county commission. So to address Commissioner Bogan's concern, if somebody is elected, she or he, as mayor, and is just very much an obstructionist, then the commissioners can continue to control the agenda, the debate, and you continue to do the business of the county. With regard to you know, the local bill and how are we going to get it through the legislature and how are they going to screw it up? Well, you know, the legislature can screw up anything, but I mean, it's a yes/no proposal, and the legislature, I believe, would go forward to say, geez, if it's nonpartisan, maybe we'll have, you know, a more moderate voice that will run this county. And I didn't really perceive a lot of pushback on that. And I mean, it's not that the legislature can't come in with a local bill and control in a charter county, you know, how all of the commissioners are elected. I mean, because that's, you know, within the Florida Constitution. I mean, it would have to be a change in the state law, in a statewide bill, which is not going to happen. So I thought we were in pretty good posture there. On this issue of whether there's a sufficient amount of time for the voters to decide this issue, those persons who have been in tune with what this county has discussed on so many different policy issues, and I think about the League of Women Voters and other concerned advocacy groups and the business community, they have listened and provided input on these issues for decades. So if you're going to be talking about how do we, you know, inform and educate the voters in this 3 months, you know, we've done that before on charter amendments, and I hearken back to the charter amendment we did for county preemption on regional transportation facilities. And, you know, we got into a big battle with the cities over that, over whether or not it was, you know, it was permissible. And it ended up that we, you know, it was passed by the voters, and then the courts, you know, upheld it. But the point was, there was sufficient time to inform the voters, because like 90% of the voters are not really gonna look at the issues until like the last 60 days before an election. So I believe we had, you know, strong enough support for it. Anytime you start talking about a strong mayor form of government, it has no way, shape, or form that it's gonna pass this county commission, not even with 5 votes, much less 6. So to even begin that discussion, you might as well have, you know, a petition drive, you might as well have something that, you know, is generated by some outside group, because that's not coming from the county commission. So this was a starting point. This was, let's do something, let's get a countywide elected mayor. It's not gonna be perfect, but when we go into, you know, the countywide elected mayor after, you know, a year or 2 years, and we see whether, you know, we're actually making any positive changes in the areas that we've been talking about, then we can modify it as needed. But perhaps, you know, hopefully we won't have to. Hopefully we will get that type of a committed advocate that will advance the interests of the county. I see the upside much greater than the downside. But, you know, members, I read the handwriting on the wall, and I mean, I am now somewhat like flummoxed. I don't know what to say about how, you know, how to change it again, because, you know, I've been listening to your ideas and I thought we were on a positive path, but I am really kind of more puzzled now than I was when we discussed this 3 months ago. So, you know, I leave it up to you. I mean, if you have some ideas, you know, let's go forward, but sometimes I feel like I'm kind of like, you know, hitting my head against the wall on this one, and I don't want to, you know, to continue to go forward where, you know, I seem to be losing more support than gaining support, you know, every time you make, you know, another revision. So, you know, that's my position on it. I think, you know, at the end of the day, we have a fair position here, and I would love to have the voters go ahead and make the call on this. So, you know, I would hope that we will vote on it, but I'm hearing what, you know, Congressman Moskowitz is saying, and if he's gonna move to table it, I don't think he's gonna have a problem with the vote, so I'll leave it at that.
Commissioner Bogan, briefly, and then I'm going to Jared, like 30 seconds.
So everyone's saying, well, let's just start somewhere. Newspapers said it, everyone said, people are, I would make a motion to amend his entire proposal to put forward an elected mayor that does not have the right to vote, so he can interact with everybody else, who'd run our meetings, so long as we get the bill passed of 51%, so that person, no matter what party they're running, if there are 5 Democrats running and there's only 20, there's gonna have to be, I forgot what that's called, it's a,
Majority.
No, it's a certain type of voting. No, Senator Geller, New York does it, Alaska.
Weighted voting, ranked voting.
What?
Ranked
voting. So long as there's a majority vote or 50+1, I would make an amendment right now to support putting on the ballot an elected mayor, contingent on our legislature, where they do not have the right to vote, so they can interact, get things done, be the business phase, and start somewhere. Let's just start somewhere.
He's talking nonpartisan.
But if we do that, though, we're not going to get it on the November ballot, because we're clearly not going to get.
Fine, but at least
So
bare bones.
So hold on. So again, my recommendation, Commissioner Ryan, is to table it, because the whole point of tabling it is you keep the conversation going. Okay. And I think, look, what Commissioner Bogan is suggesting is where we were closer to the last meeting with some additional suggestions. We're at 3:45. This is not going to get decided today. Beam's gone,
At the canvassing
on a
board.
flight. He's going to the canvassing board. Lamar is leaving.
So
I want to make a motion.
before you make your motion,
Sure.
why don't you just defer it for now? And this way, we don't even have to vote on it. You can bring it back any meeting you want.
Right, and just to comment on, it, I mean, this was this was some major revisions, so that 6-month rule actually doesn't apply. Okay. And I mean, if it were to go back and, through whatever consensus or debate we had, and it were to come back in a different version, I'm agreeable to that, but I mean, the endless, let's look at it again, it's almost like you're just, you don't want to make a decision. So, with that observation, I mean, if you really want to do something and somebody says, okay, like Commissioner Bogan, all right, so it'll be 9 members and it'll be a countywide, mayor that will not be a voting member, but at the same time will not be subject to the Sunshine Law, because it'll be an executive more than, legislative capacity. I mean, that's possible. That's possible. The nonpartisan portion of it, I think, is very, very equitable, and especially in a county that has, 2-to-1 Democratic versus Republican registration. I mean, I don't see a problem with it, but, so for you folks, I mean, if there's a, idea or a request to defer it, I think that does that runs the clock on us for this cycle, or is there another meeting?
No,
We've already
this
pushed
is
it.
pretty much it. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Commissioner, listen, I want there to be an elected mayor. I mean, I know you were doing it before I got here, and it was one of the things I wanted to accomplish in my time while I'm up here in my limited period, which clearly isn't going to happen. One of the things that I think is working against us is we've tried to do these in an hour and a half or 2 hours, and it's just not possible. This is going to take a full meeting probably on the item because we're literally trying to tinker with the sausage in like real time. And so I don't know if that's a workshop, or I don't know if that's a full commission meeting where you do a time certain on this for several hours, but I would
Make a
table it.
motion.
I make a motion to table.
Second.
All right,
And I'm not going to object to it. I mean, is
So
it
you
going to be
want-
a
why don't you
motion
just
to
defer the-
table or a
why don't-
motion to defer?
It's technically a motion to defer indefinitely.
All right.
Motion to
I have a motion to
Second.
defer, second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Okay, it's deferred so we can keep working on it, but it's not going to be on this November ballot based on what we've done here. That brings us up to, we still have a couple more.
Mayor, based on I'm willing to move my items on Mr. Moskowitz and the 911 to the next meeting.
Okay, so that's everything?
I'm leaving, but I'll vote for your item.
All right, so we're going to push those two to the next meeting. That brings us through everything. Do we need commissioner comments or whatnot?
No. I think we've all said enough.
I think we've all said enough. I will head to the canvassing board for the 4 o'clock meeting. I think there may be one recount in one of the judicial races, which would probably go tomorrow or over the weekend, but I'm not positive.
Which one?
I think Marty Levy-Cohen, and that other
Yeah.
one was like a tie race or close to it. So we'll have that. I'm not sure if we're here before this, but I know Honor Flight is going soon again, and we're doing a proclamation here at the meeting, but we're going to do one. I'll get everybody the date. If you want to come out to the airport, we're going to do a proc for Honor Flight again. It's a really cool thing
Yeah,
to see when
it
they
is.
come back. Monica and I were there last time. Try to make it to Honor Flight if you can. Senator Rich.
I just want to add one thing. Sorry that Monica Elliott isn't here still. But Women's Equality Day is tomorrow, August 26th, and the League of Women Voters is celebrating August 27th, the following day, with an Equality, T-E-A-T, at the Broward County Main Library in downtown Fort Lauderdale. There's going to be a short program on Florida suffragists, refreshments, and participants will be able to view a very expansive exhibit that they have on women's suffragists. So just want to just let everybody know about that. Anybody listening would like to go and participate, I know they would love to have you.
And if anybody wants to come watch me speak Saturday morning at 10 o'clock to the Nova Southeastern University MD at their white coat ceremony, I'm the keynote speaker.
wow.
You're all invited. You can come. I may do it next year, even when I'm not the mayor, if they ask me again. And yeah. See ya.
I just got one quick thing. To Monica. That issue on the NPO, I'm supposed to ask you about.
Oh.
Where's that? Thank you, Mayor.
Turn
The
your mic-
NPO will be holding their monthly board meeting on September the 8th. We'll also have a commission meeting and budget hearing that day. The NPO will begin discussing the commuter rail. This will be the first step towards allowing the county to seek federal funding. Since the members of the county commission will not be attending the September 8th NPO meeting, we thought it would be beneficial for the county administration to write a letter of support for the community rail. Monica, would you be able to facilitate that letter and send to Greg Stewart, NPO?
Happy to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that,
And
we're
Mr. Mayor,
adjourned.
I'll fill you in on film at the next meeting.
Da, da, da.